あなたは基地感というものを経験したことがあるだろうか。
Boom shakalaka, what's up homies? My name's D-Nice and we're back with Irae. And we finished chapter 1 in the last episode and now we are on to chapter 2. I feel a little bit under the weather. Something's like bothering my throat. I don't know if it's because of all the reading of visual novels, but hopefully I can make it past. I'm gonna try and at least do this for an hour. We'll see.
すでに知っている感覚。それは五感六感に至るまでありとあらゆる感覚器官に訴えるもの。例えばこの風景は見たことがある。この酒は飲んだことがある。この匂いは嗅いだことがある。この音楽は聞いたことがある。この女は抱いたことがある。そしてこの感情は前にも抱いたことがある。錯覚、脳の誤認識が時に生み出すなかなか風情ある一種の錯覚。あなたはそれを経験したことがあるだろうか。
例えば我々は以前も戦争に負けていたと。
Well then. Oh, oops. Is a space bar in this game? Yes, it is. There it is.
さて、それはそうなってみなければわからない。そうなってみて、初めてそうだったと思うがゆえの基地感である。あなたのそれはただの予感だ。いや、破滅願望と言うべきか。この戦争、あなたは負けると思われるのか？
ああ、負けるだろ
う。What? You believe that you're gonna lose?
なぜそう思われる獣ども。あなたはゲシュタポを掌握し、総統閣下の真熱き身、破竹の勢いで勝利を続ける我が軍の勇姿を知らぬわけではありますまい。
Wait, am I understanding that correctly? Like Do you believe that you will lose this war? What? So I'm confused.
K は長官殿や総統閣下が無双する千南帝国とやらの完成を信じているのか？希代の賢人、空前にして絶後の魔術師、世界の真理に最も近いとさえ言われるヘルメス・トリスメギストス。
The thing is, though, right? Somebody put in the comments that people in this game have 2 names. Now, why would the maker of this game do such a thing? Like, why? People only need 1 name and maybe a nickname, but like, come on. This game is already like kind of confusing to keep up with. They don't need to add more nonsense to it by adding people with everybody has like a second name or whatever.
彼らだけなら確かに私も思わない。だが、この国にはあなたがいる。それを手にした者は必ず世界を支配すると言われた運命の槍の正統後継者。黄金の獣、破壊の君。あなたがここにいる以上、敗北などありえない。
だが、彼らは私を殺すつもりだ。
ほう。
Who is after your life? Is it those? Well, there was another group of people besides the people that have this little symbol over here or whatever. I only got a glance of them though. They're like hunting, supposedly, I think.
初耳だなどとは言えぬだろう。帝都にあって、Kの知らぬことなどは、それこそ微塵もありえまい。故に私はこの戦争に負けると言った。
あなたは死なれるおつもりか？
事実としての生死はさじだ。彼らの中で私という存在がそのように位置づけられたことに意味がある。
なるほど。確かに死者を、概念はどうあれ 生き返らせることなど不可能だ。私でさえそれはできない。死者は死んだものゆえに生者へ反転させることなど不可能である。この法則は甘くない。女子供の夢物語はまさしく寝言と同義同列。
Yo, can I see this guy's face? Like, I saw half of his face earlier,
法則を曲げたければ
but I don't
夢
remember
物語
exactly
を
what it
排
looks
除
like.
せよ。
And I'm curious
K の持論だっ
of
たかな。
something.
祈れば叶う、泣けば奇跡が舞い降りる。そのようなデウス・エクス・マキナ、私に言わせれば最も抱きすべき邪悪でしかない。もしかような法則が成り立つなら、我が祈りは宇宙開闢すら起こしただろう。万人に都合のいい幸せな夢などない。この世界は容赦なく、慈悲もなく、血と狂気でできている。故に我が意を通したければ、血と狂気に染まるのみ。一人の聖者が欲しければ、その数千倍の死者を捧げよう。
1,000 corpses must be offered up
破
in
壊より再生
instead.
の方が難しい。
Yeah, alright, man.
誰しも何かを奪い合う世界においては、それもまた真理の一つ。しかし、いささか話がそれたか。あなたは自らの死を回避するつもりがないようだ。少なくとも長官殿や総統閣下にはそう思わせておきたいと見える。
So, are there two Führers? There's the Führer and the Reichsführer? Or whatever, however you pronounce this?
メメントモリ。座右の銘でな。人はいつか死ぬということを忘れてはならない。
だがそれゆえに、あなたは生死を超越するにふさわしい。
超越は K のルーンだったろう。私が司るのは破壊のみだ。
Transcend. I guess the rune is maybe their ability. So his ability is destruction. Well, at least they kept that simple, at least.
法則を破壊するから超越できる。前言を修正しよう。破壊は再生よりもたやすいが、再生よりも意義がある。いや、元に戻す必要などそもそもない。
どういう意味かな。
Okay, so his name is Prey.
繰り返すということは存外に苦痛であるという意味だ、獣殿。
He's like this man is like seriously calling him my beastly companion. Like that's wild when you think about it. It's like, so I'm feeling kind of sick today, my beastly companion. Like saying stuff like that just seems kind of ridiculous. My beastly companion, may you go fetch some food for me. Like, all right, I'm kind of like exaggerating to the umpteenth degree,
その
but
自分、一日がとても長く感じられはしなかったか。一年とは永遠と同義に値するものではなかったか。
確かに。子供であったなら世界は未知で溢れている。
all right, I kind of don't want to be in this conversation anymore. I want to
時はゆっく
be
りと流れるだろう。
back in the area where Ren, Kasumi, and Rhea are, because I'm
し
still
かり、
I'm still
まさしく
kind
そ
of
の
like
通り。
figuring out Rhea.
すな
I
わち
need to
人の一
figure
生
her
と
out.
は
That's like
未知
my
のもの
life's
を
goal
学
right
び
now.
基地のものへと変える作業に他ならない。それがゆえにこう思う。毎夜毎夜同じ説教を繰り返す父、同じ料理を与える母、同じ笑顔しか浮かべぬ隣人、同じ声で泣く小鳥、
Yo, what are you even?
同じようにしか沈まぬ太陽。はあ、 なんとつまらない。世界はこんなにも退屈だ。これを老いと人は言う。
These guys have the most roundabout way of saying things that they can say in one sentence, and it's a little bit frustrating.
だがそれでも年月とともに減っていくとは言うものの、未知を経験できるだけ幸せだ。生きているのだから。
つまり K は未知を経験できない者は生きていないと。
もし仮に生まれた時から未知を排除された存在がいたとする。
For argument's sake, if you would, that there existed a being from which the very concept of the unknown was removed from birth?
基地感。彼の性はすでに知っている世界ですでに知っている出来事だけを繰り返し見せられるのみ。なんという地獄の苦しみであることか。
Well, that already happened in Steins Gate, but it was kind of a different scenario, well, how it happened was a different scenario, but the situation was still the same. He relived the same 2 days over 1,000 times of his own volition, of his own choice. What an idiot. And he went insane for it. And then he started talking about raping women and killing women and something else about women. Killing women, raping women. There was something else. I don't remember what it was, but they had me at rape. That's how I knew he was gone. That man's mental state was done.
始まりから生きていないのだから死ぬこともできない。いいな、死ねない。私はこの世界に生まれたという証が欲しい。苦しいほどに未知が欲しい。私はあなたにこの世界の残虐なる秘密を享受しようとしている。それを聞く勇気は終わりか？あなた以外の誰にも話そうとしなかった真理に最も近いとやらいう秘密を。
答える前に一つ。なぜ K はそれを私にだけ明かそうとする？
私があなたを畏敬申し上げているからだ、獣殿。あなたは強い、あなたは美しい、そしてあなたは恐ろしい。私の生とは呼べぬ人生にあって、あなたほど地獄に近い人間は見たことがない。あなたを除けば、あなたは私が知り得る中で最も悪魔に近い人間だ。
You stand closest to being a devil. So yeah, let me just give the man closest to being the devil more power, because that's what he needs, right? Alright, man. Whatever your thought process is, I mean, good luck with that.
陳腐だな、カール。悪魔などという呼び名、珍しくもない。
This is the thing. Like, if you want to call him Prey, call him Prey. Now you're just gonna call him Carl? Like, bro, pick one. Please.
究極に近くなるほど形容する言葉は陳腐になるもの。火を水のようだとは言いますまい。火は火のように、水は水のように、そしてあなたは悪魔のように。あなたは私を魔術師と言ったが、あいにく好みはそのようなものではない。単純に言い表せるのは強き者のみ。私は弱くいい加減だ。
You're weak. How are you weak exactly?
常に本質が揺れ動き、名前だけでも幾百幾千と持っている。
What? Do you have more than 2 names on top of the 2 names that you already have? You don't need more names than that, dude. What's wrong with you?
弱い。どうしようもなく 脆い。それが私。あなたのごとき絶対とは比べるべくもない希少な存在。しかし、だからこそ分かることもあるのです。答えをお聞かせ願いたい。
よかろう。K は私を絶対と言ったが、たった今、私にもそう思うものができた。カール。我が友。私も K を畏敬している。K の秘密に触れたいと願う。それすらも
Yo, if you know what's gonna happen before it happens, that is literally gonna be the most boring life of all time.
残念ながらそのようだ。そうなってみて初めてそうだったと思うがゆえの基地感である。口惜しい、呪わしい。あなたと出会い、あなたほどの地獄に触れてもまだ私は生きていない。このままでは死ねない。
I wonder if I wonder if these people are like searching for something that can actually kill them because they're like undead or something. But even still, like they're could it actually I can't even say that because wouldn't they die if they didn't take any more souls? It's weird.
ならばご理解いただけるか。あなたが破壊を司るなら。
面白い。すべてを壊すか。
そう。この国を、この世界を、目につくものすべてを壊そう。天国も地獄も神も悪魔も、三千大千世界のすべてを壊そう。壊したことがないものを見つけるまで。
Till we chance upon something we have yet
この
to
ゲットを
ravage.
超越するまで。それこそが。
ああ。そういえば、私と K は。
しかりしかり、100億回も繰り返した。我々は未だこの牢獄に囚われている。故に彼がいるのですよ。
Are they talking about Ren?
ザラトゥストラが。
Wait a second, what? I thought Zarathustra was that girl. The blonde head girl with emerald eyes. Alright. I'm confused now. Which, this game is very good at making me xenophobia. Xenophobia. This game is very adept at confusing and hurting my brain. So, I guess I should be used to this at this point. Alright, Chapter 2, Xenophobia, starts with Suwahara City serial decapitation murder case. Death toll rises to 7. On December 4th, around 6:30 a.m., an employee of a diner located on the Suwarahara City bypass discovered local salaryman Misayuki Shibutani, 28, and his friend and co-worker Mitsunori Oda, 28, collapsed in the diner parking lot. He notified the police. As both victims were decapitated, the Suwahara City Police Department has ruled this the work of the serial killer currently terrorizing Suwahara City. The police have issued a statement expressing their continued intent to pursue the investigation. Good luck finding something that's probably not even of this world, I should say. Additionally, it seems as if the killings so far have been initiated at random, as investigators have been unable to identify any shared traits among the victims. I wonder if I'm getting sick. That would be very interesting. Let me take some medicine here. If I got sick during a reading, that would really suck. But I don't think it could suck any harder than there's been multiple times when I was doing like visual novel readings and then I got hiccups and then I had to like literally stop and come back in like 30 minutes. Well, this would be actually worse, I think, because this is not going to go away in 30 minutes if I'm actually sick. A modern day Jack the Ripper, the shadow of fear covering Suwahara City. The ongoing Suwahara City serial murder case that started on December 1st has claimed 7 victims so far. A crime on this scale and level of depravity is unheard of in post-war Japan, though the criminal's MO resembles that of a prototypical serial killer frequently seen in Western society. Yeah, I feel like they're stereotyping Western society right now. Expert opinions remain divided as the victim's body shows no signs of sexual mutilation. Chaos in the streets. Suwahara City shooting? What? Are people going crazy because people are getting decapitated? On December 2nd around 1 p.m., a scuffle broke out among several boys in Murayamachi, the city's largest downtown district. Officer Takao Oda, 31, was shot by one of the youth involved upon arriving at the scene. So wasn't there like, isn't it supposed to be really, really hard to get a gun in Japan? Like, how did this happen? Officer Oda survived the incident, but is currently hospitalized. Criminal acts by juveniles have been on the rise in Suwahara City over the past few months. It would behoove the police to investigate the weapon employed in this incident and its means of acquisition. Yeah, you might want to look into that. It didn't take me long to get my fill of news for the day. Yeah, I would get pretty tired of that pretty quick, too. The teachers had given up on trying to teach today, abandoning most classes and telling us to study on our own. What? This provided the perfect opportunity for me to skip out on the roof, but the faculty was probably in the midst of a heated debate right about now. In other words, they were most likely discussing whether or not to close the school until the serial murder case blew over. It wasn't hard to imagine that they were getting complaints from parents left and right, and it's not like the students themselves felt much differently. Today, we are looking at less than 70% attendance rate. We were past the point where you could just ignore things and carry teaching classes. I feel like what I said originally, carry on teaching classes, the on should be in that sentence, but whatever. And of course, none of the students actually attending were interested in the whole self-study idea. The classrooms were little more than an offline stage for the sort of debates people were having about the subject on message boards. Considering how many people are getting fed up by the whole thing and just heading home entirely, I was a model student by comparison. Yeah, I think I might be sick. Feels bad, man. Hopefully I can get past this hour, because I feel like my voice is getting worse by the second. You jammed a bunch of teenagers on Oh, I'm struggling right now. You jammed a bunch of teenagers on edge into a box all day like this, and something was gotta give eventually. I really would have preferred to hit the road myself before any trouble arose, but I'd never hear the end of it from Kasumi, so I decided to just escape to the roof instead, though to be honest, there was another, more pressing reason I had for wanting to be alone. I sighed and slunk down against the water tower. I had been having the same dream every night now, the same developments every time, culminating in my decapitation by a guillotine. And every time I woke up from it, there had been a report of a new murder in the city. So the timing is the same? Oh gosh. Yeah, I'm just gonna do this hour and then I'm gonna stop. I can't, like, I don't know. I couldn't figure out who that girl was, even though we never had anything resembling a conversation. I couldn't get those plaintive eyes and that song of hers out of my head. The guillotine, the girl, my decapitated head rolling on the ground, bloody bodies with their heads severed. I couldn't help feeling that this was some sort of vicious cycle, with my dreams invading reality, and reality in turn affecting my dreams. Yo, this is that crazy ass cycle, man. Next level. Growing worse by the day. Why was this happening? I could think of 3 hypotheses that seemed plausible. Okay. Well, we'll see how really plausible these hypotheses of yours are. One, it was all just a coincidence. Random noise that only seemed to be forming a pattern. This was the most realistic answer. Alright, I mean, whatever you want to believe. 2, I had psychic powers and my dreams were prophetic. I could predict the deaths of those around me. Such people did exist according to my knowledge. And 3, the sort of cliche plot you see in mystery novels and the like. In other words, the murderer? How would you be the murderer? I would love to see how they managed to do that if you actually are the murderer. What? I banged my head against the water tower in an attempt to stave off that line of thought. Murder was by definition a destructive act. There was nothing to be gained from going around killing other people. I tried to force myself to think about it from a rational standpoint. All that had happened was a few strangers dying, right? I wasn't the sort of guy to get worked up over something so trivial. Well, I mean, I guess it's a possibility that when he goes to sleep, he gets up and goes to kill people or something. But with what? That's why I don't see it. Like, so you're telling me he wakes up in the middle of, I mean, he doesn't wake up in the middle of sleep, but he goes to sleep and then he goes to the museum or wherever he gets a weapon from, gets the weapon and then goes to kill somebody? Like, I don't see that. My thoughts threatened to get away from me and spiral into an endless pit unless I kept repeating that with enough conviction to piss even myself off. I couldn't afford to be concerned with the morality of my outlook on the situation. Continuing to fret about things would just dig me a deeper hole. If I wanted to convince myself that I was a normal person, then ignoring all this shit was the best course of action. Not that a normal person would react like that to the current situation, of course. Suddenly the bell rang, interrupting my little reverie. It seemed that fourth period had already ended. If the faculty ended up deciding to close the school after all, the day's classes would likely end now. There would probably be a school-wide broadcast soon enough. Sure enough, a voice emerged from the intercom about 5 minutes later. The contents of the broadcast, however, were not what I expected. I couldn't believe my ears at first, but I supposed it was an understandable position. Adults really had it rough. Well, what happened? Another 5 minutes passed. I lay down on the ground and stretched out. What happened?
やっぱりここにいたよ。
I guess we're gonna... Much like the school broadcast, I had expected this to occur, but not to play out exactly the way it did.
あのさ、私前々から思ってたんだけど、あんた学校嫌いでしょ。
Do I hate school? Kasumi stared down at me with an exasperated look on her face.
藤井君が嫌いなのは面倒なこと、小言とかそういうの全般。
Dislikes annoying things like getting scolded. What got me was that Himuro was there with her, her tongue as pointed as ever. I looked up at the two, scratching my head. Well then.
白。
あ、
Huh?
見えてるぞ、角度的に。
おう。
And I zoomed in with my phone camera, driven by a sense of duty. Wow. Dude, are you... You deserve to get beat up now. Himuro had the ladylike decency to conceal herself, but Kasumi gave me more of an eyeful than as she launched a kick directly at my face, which I dodged
寝てる
neatly.
やつの前で仁王立ちなんかする方が悪いんだよ。
だからって、あんた。
She kept mumbling intelligibly. I could only make out a few words here and there, like, you don't need to report on colors.
これあげるから機嫌直しなさい。
Is she really gonna call her Miss Blue now?
いや、その。
キャラメル1個で買収されるなよ。安い青色だな。
失礼ね。安くなんかないもん。こら、藤井君もからかわない。青色。その先輩、嫌がらせですか。
It seems that Ray is always trying to make fun of somebody or something. I don't know, man. Her existence is a question mark to me. I don't understand this woman.
何のことかな、藤井君。
さあ、とりあえず空のように広い心を持ってほしいんですけどね。
青色だしね。
Oh my gosh, Raya, please.
そうですね。
Wait, Kasumi, why are you laughing? Do you understand that we are talking about you and that we are making fun of you? Miss Blue managed to plaster a smile on her face even as her temples twitched. How talented.
そんなどうでもいいことは置いといて。
どうでもいいこと？
Hush over there, please.
ラメ入りとかスケスケとか秘密の小窓付きとかだったらどうでもよくないかもしれないけど。
Raya, what are you?
受けが欲しかったらもっと精進しなさいね。
Himuro laid her hand on Kasumi's shoulder, a fascinating method of resolving the situation, to be sure, but effective in the sense that it made the other party feel like washing their hands of the whole thing.
なんだか疲れてきた。体張らなきゃ人気者になれないよ。なんで私がパンツの種類で人気取らなきゃならないんで あとそこの盗撮魔、今すぐデータを抹消しなさい。怖いね。
Yo, I don't even feel like she's really trembling. I feel like she's like just saying that and not actually
おっかな
trembling.
いですね。
Yo, this Rhea Ren combo, I'm really liking this combo. This is hilarious because Kasumi is getting so trolled right now. I could see that this would only end up going in circles, so I decided to let Kasumi off the hook for now. After that, Kasumi confiscated my phone and deleted all of the data on it in a record 2 to 3 minutes.
さっきの放送、休校はないって言ってたけど。
They weren't closing the school? Gigantic question mark? I couldn't imagine the students were all too pleased with the broadcast earlier. That was probably the reason why Kasumi and Hinomoto came up here looking for me too.
一緒に講義しに行こうとか言わないよな。
言わないわよ。先生がそう決めたんだし、反抗なんかしませんです。
She could at least try looking like she meant it.
私はただ、あんたが午後の授業もサボらないよう見張りに来ただけ。
先輩も？
私はご飯を食べに来ただけ。
Well, I mean, if you have an unlimited supply of egg and tomato sandwiches, right? So just supply me with lunch, cause I'm kind of hungry right now. Well, in real life, I'm hungry. So that means I'm definitely hungry in the game. Himuro began to dig through her infinite supply of sand. Wow, it's almost as if I can read the future. Where exactly did that pocket lead? Into a black hole of sandwich land. That's where it goes. Of course.
くれるなら。
If you give me one.
じゃあ、私も。
Kasumi and I took sandwiches from Himuro. Our smiles were just a bit strained. The three amigos. Now, that was a fanciful interpretation.
けど、なんでまたこの状況で休校しないんだろうな。
子供じゃないんだしってことじゃない？これが原因で引きこもりが増えても困るだろうし。
Shut-ins? We sat in a row on the bench and discussed current events while eating. Himuro and Kasumi were sitting on each other on either side of me, boxing me in. How do we end up in this arrangement exactly?
これで生徒から犠牲者が出たら、きっとただじゃ済まなくなるね。
Yeah, I can imagine. If a student at this school dies, the parents will be irate. They'll probably be suing. Like the ramifications and the consequences of everything that's going to happen if one of the students dies is going to be ridiculous. Like, do you really want to keep the school open, guys? I don't know. I mean, I don't think I would. But then that's just me. That's just me.
例えば？
責任問題。学園長の首もバッサリ。
Yes, that's only the beginning of what would happen. Himuro made a neck-chopping gesture. Okay, that's just not cool. That's not cool. Given the recent current events, that's just not cool to be doing right now.
生徒が殺された大学。あそこは休校になったらしいよ。賢明だね。
A college student got decapitated? Bruh.
身近に誰か一人でも犠牲が出ないと、日本人は目が覚めないようになってるのかな。ちょっと病気。
ああ、そういや先輩、クォーターだっけ？
うん。おじいちゃんがドイツ人。会ったことないけど。
Huh. So, Rhea is part German. I wonder if there's a connection here. But the thing is, though, I hope like Rhea's not a bad she doesn't turn some like to some kind of bad or something, because like I think I find myself liking Rhea for whatever reason. I don't know why. Maybe it's because I just cannot figure out what even she is. I don't even know if she's human. Like, what is Rhea? Himoto nodded while munching on her sandwich. She wasn't the type to let her emotions show through, and maybe she was feeling a bit of righteous indignation. Indignation!
ちょっと
What is it, Kasumi?
何かフォローしなさいよ。日本人がアホみたいに言われてるじゃない。
いや、だって俺も同感だし。
Adults might have had their own set of problems to deal with, but sometimes you had to call a spade a
だい
spade.
たいここ以外ものんきすぎ。コンビニとか深夜営業のお店とか普通に開いてるし。危機感なさすぎだよ。そう思わない？
さあ、どうでしょうね。警察頑張ってるみたいですけど。
What were they supposed to do? Declare martial law? It wasn't like terrorists are prowling around. Would that have even been legal? Maybe it was just being ignorant, but stuff like this made you realize how gray of a country Japan could
藤井
be.
君聞いてる？
What do you
一
mean?
応、
じゃあどう思う？ちゃんと答えて。
おおむね同感なんですけどね。
I was seriously uncomfortable with answering that while Kasumi was glaring daggers at me from the opposite side. I missed the question. You mean get what I mean was the
Oh.
question?
何よ。
Can you
文句あるな
stop?
らお前が言えよ。俺パスな。
ずるいよ。
どっちが？
何話してるの？
いや、別に。
It was no fun being leaned in on from both sides at once. Nope. All I wanted to do was eat my lunch in peace. I couldn't handle a close-up of two hysterical women, so I leaned backward, but...
だからね、日本人は平和ボケしすぎだと思わない？
Himoto just kept moving in.
ちゃんと言い返して。
What do you want me to defend Japan? People are being decapitated. This isn't this is the time to be defending people right now. As did Kasumi, I could only lean back even further.
何をこそこそ言ってるの？なんでもないです。ね、レン。
This is such an awkward situation for Ren. Both of them just kept moving in, and I just kept leaning further and further back, and then I heard it, an unpleasant creaking.
何？
受け身取ろうな。
What?
は？
Huh? I'd almost rather not explain, but you see, the bench we were sitting on was not affixed to the ground. So if one were to lean back on it like, oh gosh. It was only natural that the entire damn thing would tip over.
痛い。でも、ちょっと幸せ。
Oh, Rhea's like, that hurt. But it's not all bad. Like,
あんた何どさくさ紛れに抱きついてんですか？腕枕。
your arms make a nice pillow?
ちょっと先輩。
Rhea, what? Yo, I can't even figure out her personality. I don't even know if she likes guys at this point. That's how bad it is. I don't know if she's lesbian. I don't know if she's straight. I don't know what her personality is. It seems like she's a troll, but her troll is like so next level that you just don't even know if it's troll. And then the only thing I've gotten is that she is really good at masking her feelings or whatever if she has feelings, that is. But the real question is, you don't even know if she has feelings. Dude, my brain is hurting. Let me stop.
もうお前うるさいよ。
Damn, she was loud. I looked up at the sky, hoping to find some sort of solace. Ah, such a pretty day.
そろそろ5次元目が始まるね。
The bell signifying the end of lunch break rang shortly afterwards. The faculty had decided to actually hold afternoon classes, so it probably would have been bad if I
授業
didn't
が終わ
go.
ったら、綾瀬さんは今日もこれ？
She's actually been really reckless with that as well. Like, having these, practice sessions at, like, what is it, 7 o'clock at night when people are being decapitated all over the city? I don't know. Kind of risky. Himuro mimed holding a bamboo sword.
そうですね。休校しないんだったら、私の日課を奪う権利なんかないですよ。
You.
ほどほどにした方がいいと私は思うんだけど。
Same.
で、藤井くんも付き合うの？当然。
It seemed my feelings on the matter were
あ
irrelevant.
んまり遅くなるのは勘弁だぞ。
素振りくらいにしとくから。
I feel like I'm gonna end up getting into a situation because of you. A life or death situation because of you.
なんだったらレアさんも付き合います？私はいい。夜道は怖いし。
Yeah, it seems like Ray is the smart one.
今日はお客が来る日だから早く帰らないといけないの。
お客？教会にですか？
じゃあね。
Himuro made her leave. On that note, Kasumi and I turned to look at each other.
教室戻るか。
そうだね。
So here I was looking at 2 more hours of classes for the day, and on top of that I had to stick around with this kendo freak's practice afterwards. Man, what a day this would be.
お世話になりました。
Are you done already? After school, Kasumi did practice swings until she was drenched with sweat, no mean feat given the temperature. As she left, she made sure to give her thanks to the dojo as usual. I couldn't help but be impressed that she could keep this routine up day after day.
お前飽きたりしないわけ？
飽きないよ。楽しいもん。
It's fun, huh? Shrugging, I handed her a chilled canned coffee.
ありがとう。
Just so you know, I wasn't trying to harass her or anything. Kasumi was absolutely impeccable. Oh, wait. I said impeccable. Incapable of consuming anything hot, even during the winter months. I was just having hot tea
でも暗
myself.
くなる前にやめてくれて助かったよ。そろそろ教師連中に目つけられてるかもしれないし。
Yes, thank you at least for that. I can thank you for that.
レン、そんなに真面目だっけ？
煩わしいのが嫌いなだけ。それに先輩も言ってたろ？生徒から犠牲者が出たら責任問題になるってな。お前と一緒に朝のニュースとか出たくないし、そのせいで学園長の一家が路頭に迷うのもなんか嫌だし。稽古もいいけど、これからは状況をわきまえてほどほどにしとけよな。
それはそんなこと言われなくても分かってるけど。
You know, but you're still doing it.
ただ体動かしてた方が楽なのよ。嫌なこと考えなくて済むっていうか。
I did understand that line of thinking. I was here watching her for much the same reason. I was fine with the idea of doing something to take her mind off things. It would just be an issue if that resulted in putting her in a dangerous situation. Of course, the idea of me trying to lecture Kasumi was a bit
とりあえ
ridiculous.
ず、さっきも言ったが、ほどほどにな。
Well, to be fair, both of you trying to lecture each other is ridiculous. I ended up simply repeating what Himoto had said earlier. Ikimashou. The sun still hadn't said it didn't qualify as nighttime just yet. I wasn't aware of any statistics saying that murderers only struck when it was dark out, but I felt a vague sense of ease just from knowing that the sun was still up. Was this just because I was one of those complacent Japanese who had grown accustomed to a world without violence? Or did I have some reason to feel this way? It was probably the latter. I know it sounds ridiculous, but I felt confident that there would be no murders as long as I wasn't dreaming. I found myself thinking that maybe I should just try not sleeping and see what happened. Here I was acting all unstable again. My thoughts kept heading in ridiculous directions. Kasumi was walking alongside me. We were ostensibly having some sort of conversation, but I couldn't tell you for the life of me what we were actually saying. I just wasn't there. If Kasumi did end up getting killed, how would I react? Would I cry? Would I get angry? Dude, where is your brain right now? Your brain is all over the place. Would I be able to accept her loss in the first place? We were talking about someone I had known since childhood, someone so close that we were more like siblings than anything. Would I be able to just write her off and move on with my life? But does she see you as a sibling, bro? Because you remember, there was a date. There was a date. You know what that means? It means that. Like, what am I saying? It means that. I forced myself to stop heading down that line of thought. There was no point in worrying about Kasumi dying. Not even a serial killer would be able to take her out so easily. I mean, he's going around decapitating people's heads. I don't think he would have much of an issue with Kasumi.
Oh?
Right as I was thinking that,
なんだあれ
diagonally across from us on the sidewalk of the opposite side of the crosswalk was a rather strange sight
路上
indeed.
パフォーマンスじゃないよね。
Kasumi had noticed who a man, probably a foreigner, was making a bit of a scene. His uncomfortably long blonde hair stuck out like a sore thumb. I wonder if it's the beastly companion. He was attempting to ask something from every single person coming down the street, but none of them would even give him the time of day, and instead of taking the hint, he just kept trying to engage them. It was painful to
や
watch.
だ、寄らないでよ変態バッチーン。
ああ待ってくださいお嬢さんお願いですから私の話をってズッガーン
What?
触らないでよこの強姦魔。やだ、なんでまだついてくるの？気持ち悪い、助けて、いやー。
How does this go from us talking about the foreigner to me being a rapist? How did this happen? Please enlighten me. I don't understand.
ドガンズガバキバキガッシャーン
みたいな感じ？
多分
Basically, we were able to envision a sort of response he was getting just by watching from a distance, and there he went again.
今のあれ絶対痛いよ。うわ、大丈夫かなあの人。ゴミ箱に頭から突っ込んでるけど。
タフなやつだな
Wait, so were they? Okay, oh, okay. So they were acting like one was acting like the person that the guy was talking to, and then the other one was acting like they were the guy. Interesting. Definitely childhood friends indeed, because that transition to the acting like the scenario that the foreigner's in, that seamless change was really special. It seemed like everyone had enough of the spectacle. The surrounding onlookers started to leave. Soon enough, the foreigner was left standing there all by his lonesome self. Combined with the fact that the guy was built like a twig, it seemed like a gust of wind was gonna blow him away any second. The whole situation made me want to feel sorry for the guy, but his treatment was understandable. He picked the wrong time to try and get people's attention. Everyone was on edge from the serial murders. There was no way they were going to be willing to sit there and chat with a suspicious-looking foreigner on the side of the road. Honestly, it was surprising that no one had called the police on him. Who knows what he wanted to accomplish, but it clearly wasn't happening. His best option was to get out of here before the cop showed up.
Hey, mister!
Hold your goddamned horses!
Come on! じゃあ、失礼。ねえ、英語で敬語っていうか、丁寧語ってどうするの？
知るかよ。てかお前何やってんだよ。
何って、あの人かわいそうじゃない。それに、このままじゃ日本人が嫌われちゃうよ。
She has a lot of Japanese pride, apparently. She's very prideful.
またそれかよ。
Was she so worried about our pride as a people or whatever? Last time I checked, Kasumi hadn't been appointed the sole ambassador of the Japanese nation.
Hey! Come here!
That English? Come here! Come here! Oh, God. Whatever, I was done trying to babysit her. He must have heard Kasumi's love call because the foreigner straightened up and began to look around the area. Our eyes met.
大丈夫かあの外国人。
He started staggering away, but his feet unsteady, but his path certain. He must have failed to take notice of the crosswalk and traffic lights as he cut right across the street. Drivers were honking and cursing at him the entire way. This guy didn't seem to be the sharpest tool in the shed. I feel like I'm having deja vu for the last part of your paragraph, sir. I think you said sharpest tool in the shed before. I was prepared to grab Kasumi's arm and run if things got sketchy. The blonde foreigner had finally made his way over to us. Huh! The priest. The guy was huge, at least 190 centimeters if I had to guess, but like I said, he was as scrawny as a twig, so despite him towering over me, he didn't give off an intimidating presence or anything. So he is 6 foot. He's 6 feet. Oh my gosh. Interesting. That is a very tall. That is a very interesting man. He is that tall, but oh gosh, I wish he wasn't talking to this guy. He's bad news.
Do you have the trouble? In that case, shall we service?
That's not how one would say, "Can we help you?" Shall we service sounds wrong.
で、よかったっけ?
Nai.
大体は
Kasumi tried to communicate with shaky English. Unfortunately, her efforts were
も
likely
しかして
wasted.
氷室先輩とこのお客さん？
え？
神父だろ？
You didn't get much more priest than that. If this was the guy Himoto had mentioned during lunch
日本
break,
語
then
わかる？
ええ、そちらのお嬢さんのお心遣いが嬉しくて言い出しそびれてしまいましたが。
this young lady's admirable efforts, you say.
申し訳ありません。私はむしろ英語の方が苦手なんです。いえ、わからないというわけではないんですがね。
If he is going to Reyes Church, that would make things very interesting. Because then you would have to ask the next question of what does she have a relationship with this guy? Like not the not the love relationship, but like, what is her actual relationship with this guy? Like, does she know him? And how well does she know him? And I'm pretty sure this guy is an undead. My theory was correct. The priest responded... I said... I don't even know what I said. Did I say police? The priest responded in fluent Japanese, prompting Kasumi's eyes to widen.
そうなんですか。やだ、私たらバカみたい。
いえいえ、あなたの優しさには感謝していますよ。相変わらずこの国の方々はお優しい。
He smiled the sort of smile you'd see in a priest textbook. Wait, what? What is a priest textbook? Kasumi's face went beet red, though I couldn't see that she had to be embarrassed. What she had to be embarrassed about.
そんな。でも、大丈夫ですか？
ああ、あれは私が悪いのですよ。どうも宗教の勧誘と間違えられたらしい。
Religious recruitment agent. Okay, I could see that. I could totally
い
see
やでも、
that.
殴られた方が悪いっていうのは。
大丈夫です。私、ああいうのは慣れてますから。
はあ。
慣れてるね。
I almost asked him if he was some sort of masochist, but I decided to not to in front of Kasumi. Besides, you had to be a masochist on some level to end up as a religious practitioner. Oh
で、神
gosh.
父さん、お名前は？このお優しいお嬢さんが綾瀬かすみ。で、俺は藤井蓮。氷室先輩の、つまり後輩なんだけど。
ああ、そうでしたね。申し訳ありません。どうにも私、
Is this actually the person meeting with Rhea?
トリファー。バレリア・トリファーと言います。
Valeria
ご推察の通り
Trifa.
神父なのですが。
道がわからなくて迷ったと。
お恥ずかしい話ですが、その通りです。どうも私の土地勘などすでになくなっていたよう
Valeria
でして。
Trifa. Father Trifa scratched his cheek with a defeated smile. Judging from our conversation so far, this was the sort of guy who wouldn't harm a fly. That's what he wants you to think. I felt the same way about some characters in Steins Gate, but I was mistaken. Kasumi seemed to share my
土地
impression.
勘って前にもこの町に来たことがあるんですか？
ええ、随分と昔ですが、あの頃とはだいぶ様変わりしていて
A
驚きました
very
よ。
long time ago, like 60 years ago? Is that what you mean, bro? I'm on to you.
そりゃここはそういう町だし。
I didn't know how long ago he meant, but assuming 10 years, it was only natural that he was surprised. That was right when Suwahara's development picked up. No, he means 60 years ago. And it was only natural that the current situation would progress
だっ
as
た
it
ら
did.
私たちが教会までお連れしますよ。ね、レン。
I don't recall volunteering for this. I mean,
ね。
you're a pain in the ass, you know that? I knew all too well that nothing could stop Kasumi once her engine got fired up.
OK、了解。
おお、それは本当ですか？
もちろんですよ。
ああ、なんという慈悲、なんという愛。この巡り合わせこそ主のお導きに違いない。お嬢さん、もしあなたは天使様では？
I would say the opposite. She's definitely not an angel. She's obviously Satan. Obviously.
ないない、それ絶対ない。
Yo, if Ren calls her Satan, I'm just gonna end the video immediately. Father Trifa was beside himself with gratitude, but yeah, if Kasumi was an angel, then I was the supreme god of the multiverse.
いや、もう冗談抜きで泣きそうだったとこなんですよ。私の同僚にも女性はいますが、みんなとても怖い人たちばかりでしてね。
いや、それほどでも。
I Are you hitting on Kasumi right now, Mr.
な
Priest?
いなら照れるなよ気色悪い。
うるさいよねさっきから。何か文句があるとでも。
What, wait, what was that? What was that, Kasumi? Was that an angel bitching? Wait, I thought angels don't bitch. So I guess you're not an angel.
なるほどなるほど。
What are you talking
あん
about?
たもしかして焼いてるでしょ。
Are you insane, woman? Jealous of what? Jealous that you're getting praised? Come again?
わかるよその気持ち。でもね、いつも何考えてるかわからない男よりこうストレートに気持ちを伝えてくれる人の方が嬉しいっていうか安らぐっていうか信用できるっていうのかな。
Yeah, I guess I am jealous about a bitchy woman getting praised even though she bitches at me and she broke open a hole into my apartment just so she can sneak in my place and watch me sleep and bitch more. Of course I'm not freaking jealous, woman!
とにかく男の嫉妬はみっともないからやめようね。でもたまにだったらそれも結構嬉しいぞ。
I'm in shock right now. Like I cannot believe that she would honestly believe that I'm jealous. You you must be on drugs. What are you on? Cocaine? Is that what you got nowadays? What was she getting so happy about? Well, whatever.
教会に行くんだろ。連れてってやるから早く行こう。
ですがそちらはよろしいんでしょうか。
Kasumi's always alright. Smiling from ear to ear persisted with her nonsense. As I couldn't even understand 10% of what she was saying, I concluded it to have been some sort of alien language. Good job, bro. Good job. You
たま
did
に
good.
電波受信する病気なんだよ。放置してればすぐ治るから気にしないでさっさと行こう。
He's wrecking her entire existence right now.
いやしかし女性を置き去りにするというのもですね。
Yeah. She's like, what's her name? Azuki? Yeah, she's like Azuki. She'll be
大
alright.
丈夫。こいついろんな意味で女じゃないから。
だからね、私思うに焼きもち焼かないやつは可愛くないっていうか張り合いがないっていうかつまんないのね。だからってわざと焼かせようとかそういうことはしないけど、なんて言ったらいいのかな。
What world are you on right now? Because it's obviously not planet
つま
Earth.
り
つまり
Yeah, I was right to dub her a complete idiot all those years. As such, I figured there'd be no objections to just leaving her here. Incidentally, Kasumi was so pissed at being left behind that she shot an unbearable torrent of complaints at me, but the conversation was annoying, so its detail hardly mattered. More importantly, while Father Trifa did seem a bit laid back, the meek atmosphere excluding this one, the whole being, whoa. Wait, what? Seemed a bit too laid back. The meek atmosphere exuding from his whole being truly was befitting of a priest. He was the kind of person you couldn't help but want to tease, but also the type that women and children were easily fond of. Though he seemed irresolute to guys like me, it would probably not enough to come off as unpleasant. Alright, let's... Had it not been for the recent serial killings, he would have been treated much better. I wouldn't say we were close or anything, but I could sense a kind of natural virtue from Oh, okay, natural virtue. All right, we'll revisit that statement. In other words, to be frank, I had a decent enough. Oh my gosh, it was rare for me to say that so bluntly. All right, so what is gonna happen here, right? Is we're gonna go into configuration, gonna go to text settings, and we're going to lower this a tad bit. A tad bit. Wait, what is this outline text thing? What is this? Never mind. Alright. Considering how even I was feeling that way, Kasumi seemed to have taken a liking to him as well, naturally. It then hit me that the depression we were feeling up until we met the priest had long dispersed. He managed to get rid of the pressure in my heart without any confession sermon, so he must have been quite the clergyman. While I busied myself with such thoughts, occasionally stealing a glance or two at the priest, we ended up arriving at our destination.
ここでいいんでしょ?
This was the only church in town. I didn't really know its official name, but Himoto lived... Wait, Rhea lives at a church?
いるかな?
そりゃいるだ
That's
ろう。
interesting.
お客が来るから早く帰るとか言ってたし。神父さんは先輩の身内なんだろ?
身内というほどでもないですが、少なくとも私は彼女テレジアのことをよく知っていますよ。かれこれ10年ぶりくらいになりますかね。
テレジア?
Teresia.
何それ?
Is that... Hearing that unfamiliar name prompted both me and Kasumi to tilt our heads in confusion.
失礼。今のは彼女の洗礼名です。
Oh my gosh.
彼女の誕生は私を
Oh
含
my
めた大勢
gosh.
にとっ
Can
て
people just have
希望そ
one
のものでした
name?
から。
Now we gotta... Now Rhea's Teresia or whatever the heck he just said.
ってことは、神父様がレアさんの名付け親?
そうなりますかね。彼女にとっては迷惑千万だっ
The
たかもしれませんが。
irony.
そんなことないと思いますけど。
Godfather to an enemy?
そうですね。便宜上日本語向きに変えたものです。
そっか。ね、なんかいいこと聞いちゃったね。どうしたの?
I'm staying with Rhea because that's the first name I learned. Something felt a bit off. What do you mean? Looking at the priest, he seemed to be in his early 30s at most. Could he really have become Himura's godfather? He had to be no more than a child at the
し
time.
かしこうしてここに来ると思い出してしまいますね。私とリザ、ここのシスターですが、一緒になってテレジアの世
I
話を
didn't
した
even
もの
think
で
of
す。
that.
な
Since
か
he
な
was
か彼
talking
女は
about
お
the
てんばでして
godfather.
ね。まだ立ち上が
Ren
りもしないう
is
ちから
semi-sharp,
ちょ
I
っと目を
guess?
離すとすぐどこかへ行っ
Not
てしまう
sharper
よう
than
な
a
女の子
guillotine,
でした。
apparently, though.
私たちが必死になって探してみれば、マリア様の下で気持ちよさそうに寝ていたりとか。いやはや、全く手を焼きましたよ。
そうなんですか。なんか想像できないですね。
ほう、だったら今のテレジアは立派な女性になったんでしょうね。
Grown up to be a
そのあたり、
fine young lady. I
どう
don't
なん
know
ですか、藤井
how
さん。
I would describe Teresia. Kasumi and the priest continued to talk cheerfully, not paying the slightest attention to my
まさか。
puzzled look.
ぐれて悪い子になっちゃったりしたってことは。
I honestly don't even know. I don't know.
あんた、
Because I don't...
神父様を不安にさせちゃダメじゃない。
This Ray is one of the most confusing females I've ever seen. Ever. He did look like a worrywart. In that sense, maybe he was older than he looked. Foreigners' ages were hard to tell from a glance anyway.
ちょっと変わってるっちゃ変わってるけど、いい人ですよ。
Interesting.
あれで結構コアなファンとかついてるみたいで。
Devoted fan base?
そうだよ。
She has a fan. I sincerely hoped Kasumi realized that acting surprise only made it
一応
sound like a
人気者の
lie.
部類には入るんじゃないかと。だから心配しなくても大丈夫。いや、むしろ心配するだけ無駄みたいな。
そうですか。それを聞いて安心しました。 恥ずかしながら彼女には親にも似た感情を持っているものでしてね。きっと将来は
Yo,
美人さんになるだろうと
I forgot how
信じて
tall this
疑いま
man
せんで
is,
した
but
が。
he's freaking tall, I guess.
そうですか、
Considering
そう
he
ですか。
can't even stay in
テ
the
レジ
damn
はやっぱり
screen.
人気者になりましたか。
Popular.
まあ有名なのは確かだけど、
Yeah, I mean, yeah, famous, yeah, as the 1/4 German, 3/4 Japanese girl with a few screws loose who lived in the church. Even though the most moderate of people would have agreed that she qualified as a beauty, she could probably receive the title as Miss True Tsukino Sawa? I don't know. According to results of the popularity contest carried out each year by the boys of the school, this girl was the public Miss Tsukino Sawa, while Himuro was the secret one. Personally, I thought they all needed glasses, but none of that really mattered
とに
now.
かくここまで来たんだし、話し込んでないでさっさと中に入ろうぜ。愛しのテレジアに早く会いたいだろ、神父さんも。
ええ、それはもう当然です。まだ幼かった彼女を残してここを去るとき、身も世もなく泣かれましてね。
Whoa! Rhea
私も一緒になって泣いた
crying?
んですが、
You lie!
結局
I
リザ
can't
から
imagine
叩き出
that
され
girl
てしまいまし
crying.
たよ。あなたの目はなんだか危ないとか、そんな失礼極まる理由でです。まったく、あの方は私を何だと思ってやがるんでしょうかね。よりによって10年以上も
Frontier of
メキシコの辺境に
Mexico?
飛ばされるとはさすがに予想しませんでしたよ。しかしですね、こうして帰ってきた以上はもう彼女の好きにはさせません。今後はこの私が責任持って
テレジアをお風呂に入れてあげましょうとか、どうせそんなことを考えていらっしゃるんでしょう、あなたは。
もちろんです。
Did you just say he's a perv? A female voice interrupted Father Chief out of nowhere, prompting the priest to to completely freeze up.
おかえりなさい、神父バレリア。相変わらず愉快なお話を熱動するのがお好きですね。なかなか楽しませていただきましたよ。
That face is
どうなされたんで
classic.
すか、神父様。
Oh, your face is looking quite pale. So you wanted to take a bath with Rhea, you
よけれ
freaking
ばお
perv?
薬を差し上げますけど。
結構です。いや本当に。それでつかぬことを伺いますが、一体どのあたりから私の話を。
そうですね、結局リザから叩き出されてしまいましたのあたりでしょうか。まったく人聞きの悪いことを言わないでくださいませんか。私はただレアの身の安全を憂慮しただけなんですけど。
Wow, guy, you're a... Why do you gotta be a freaking perv, man?
ねえ、あのシスターってあんな感じの人だったっけ？
I
多
don't
分こ
know.
っちの方が素なんだろう。
Himuro said that she was resting, but Sister Lisa came off lively, if anything, and her F cups were more than I ever could
で
have
すから残
imagined.
念ながら神父様、レアとお風呂は諦めてくださいますね。
F cups.
あなたもおっしゃっていたように彼女はもう淑女なので、それにそもそも
私
F cups.
別に泣いたりしてない。泣いたのは私にお風呂を断られたそっちの方だけ。
Well then, you're being
そんなことはないでしょう、テ
exposed.
レジア。
ちょっと待って。つまりこの人が追い出されたのは、それまで一緒に風呂入ってた先輩に断られたのが原因だと。
ああ、なるほど。よく聞くタイプの話だね。ご愁傷様。
女の子は大人になるのが早いんですよ、神父バレリア。
ということだから、いつまでも恥ずかしいことをやってないで早く中に入りなさい。藤井君と綾瀬さんも一緒にどう？私たちもいいんですか？
もちろん。
I mean, if you're letting us inside, we'll go outside, but
夕食の用
will
意も
there
できてる
ever
わ
be
よ。
a day when I can see your tears, Rhea?
別に
I
断
need
る
to
理
see
由はないけ
emotion
ど。
from you. This has now become my life. Dude, shut up, you perv!
あなた方は揃いも揃って、なぜ男の純情を分かってくださらないのですか。藤井さん、あなたなら私の気持ちを理解していただけますよね。 以前はお嫁さんになるとまで言ってくれた愛娘から手
Bride?
のひら返したよう
Bruh,
に
no,
冷
no,
た
no,
く
no,
され
no.
るこの
Let me
切な
just
さ
put it
が
to you this way, right? Stay the hell away from Rhea, son.
入りたいとか思わないし。
Besides, it wasn't like I even had a daughter to begin with or a wife.
おお、なんたる無知、なんたる罪。神よ、この哀れな少年を許したまえ。彼は何も分かっていない
I
だけな
mean,
のです
if。the light is you taking a bath with Rhea, I don't want any part of the light.
右の方を
really?
打たれたら左の方を差し出すのが好きな人よ。
Alright, I get to punch him? I would love to. Considering I'm gonna be fighting him at some point, more than likely anyway, why not start fighting him now? I wouldn't say we were close or anything, but I could sense a kind of natural virtue from him. Seemed like needed glasses too. I couldn't help feeling somewhat depressed by this sudden revelation. Yeah, well, you've regretted that statement a lot quicker than I ever imagined. And so we took them up on their offer for dinner and stayed around to chat.
いつの間にかすっかり遅くなっちゃったな。
I suddenly realized that it was just before 9. It wasn't particularly late for me, but it probably was for the church.
私たちそろそろおいとましますから。もう帰るの？もっとゆっくりしてけばいいのに。
これ以上厚かましいのもなんなんで、神父さんもこのありさまだし。
Likely due to some prior misfortune or the other, Father Shifa gulped down his wine and was now passed out in a heap.
情けない人。泣きながら寝ちゃってるね。
本当にいつまで経っても子供で困るわ。
Irae might actually be my favorite character in this game.
藤井
I'm
君も
not
アイセさんも今日
entirely
はいろいろ
sure
とごめん
yet,
なさいね。
but
今後は彼もここで
I'll figure
暮らす
that
よ
out,
うに
I'm
なるからまた迷惑をかけるかもしれないけれど。
いえ、そんな迷惑なんかしてない
because
ですよ。
what was that girl's name?
面白い人好きですから。
Marcellius?
あんまり甘くすると
Marcellius? Like I don't
一緒
even
にお風呂入
remember.
ってくれとか言い
There's
出す
too many
の。
names in this game to remember.
それは
So
さ
I'm
す
just
がに
trying to keep it
ちょ
to
っと嫌
these
かも。
to like the main 3 or 4.
よかったね、藤井君。
I wasn't really sure what she meant by glad, but I decided to nonchalantly change the subject.
でも、
Yeah, good
な
job.
んでまた神父さんはこっちに戻ってきたんですか？確か
Mexico
メキ
is
シコの
mad
辺境に
far,
飛ばさ
dude.
れたとか言ってたけど。
それはつまりいろいろあって。
最近は
Please
この辺り
do
も
tell.
そうでしょ。正直女の二人住まいっていうのも怖かったから。
なるほど。
Himoto and Sister Lisa both witnessed the body of the first victim directly. No matter how stout-hearted or disconnected they may have been, it was only natural to be scared by something like that. And this may sound sacrilegious, but just because they lived in a church didn't mean that God would
こ
protect
んな
them.
人でもいれば何かの役に立つかなと思ったのよ。
でも
I
ガード
don't
にしちゃちょっ
know.
と
That
頼
guy
り
is
ない
the
気がしますけど
enemy.
ね。
じゃあ藤井君が泊まり込んで私たちを守ってくれ
Yo,
る
I
の。
got you, Rhea.
あら、いい
I
わ
don't
ね
know
それ。
anything about
そうして
you.
くれると
I
私も
can't
嬉しかったり
figure
する
you
んだ
out.
けど。
Like if I were to describe you, Rhea,
何よそ
it
の
would
顔。
be a giant
お前
question
こそ
mark.
なんだそれ
That's how I would describe you. But I would protect you. Don't worry about it, Rhea. I gotta protect the hair on your head, right? Sister Lisa chuckled to herself as she watched Kasumi and I exchange a silent glare.
ごめんなさい。冗談だから本気にしないで。藤井君は綾瀬さんの専属
I
ガ
don't
ード
know
な
if she
の。
really needs protecting.
別にそんなことは
Nah,
ないです
not
けどね。
really. She's kind of like
またまた
Kasumi, you
照れ
know.
ない照れない。
She can protect herself. I wasn't embarrassed though.
お前もな、そこで黙るなよ、うさんくさい。
うさんくさい。はい、
Yes,
はい
suspicious.
もうそういうの見飽きたから。それ以上はよそでやって。
She's a simple one.
彼女単純なんだからからかわないの。単純って。もしかして私のことバカだと思ってないですか？
I mean, nobody said that.
お前が
You
短
said
気なだ
that.
けなんだ
You're
よ。
just short-tempered. That's all. Heaving a sigh, I looked at Father Trifa. Unlike everyone else, he was flat out on the floor. Just
この
leave
ざ
him
まじ
there.
ゃ
Kick him a
寝
couple
室まで
times.
運ぶの大変でしょう。俺がやるんで部屋を教えてください。
あら本当にごめんなさい助かるわ。
構いませんよ。悪いけどかすみ、先に出て待っててくれ。
分かった。
Freaking F cups, man.
礼拝堂で待ってるから。
Feel like I'm playing Nekopara all over again. The girls left the room. After seeing them, I proceeded to carry the drunk Father T. Yo, why couldn't we just leave him there? He was a lot heavier than I thought. He may have been thin, but it seemed like his height corresponded to his weight. This would have really been hard on Himoto and Sister Lisa.
聖職者が酔っ払うなよ。
Probably out of embarrassment for his pervertedness. As I voiced a few grumbles with him on my back, Sister Lisa opened the door for me.
こっちよ藤井くんついてきて。
You got it. But man, no matter how many times I visit this place, I never cease to be amazed by just how huge of a church it was.
本当にありがとう助かっちゃった。
I took a breather after climbing a staircase at the end of a long hall to the third floor, then tossed Father Chiefra into his room. Talk about hard labor. They'd probably change him out of his clothes, but I was in no mood to stay and watch that, instead deciding to make a hasty exit. Besides, Kasumi and Himuro must have grown tired of waiting for me
藤
by
井
now.
さん、私あなたとは仲良くなれそうな気がしますよ。またぜひぜ
go
ひ遊びに来てくださいね。
Go away, dude. What?
もう目が覚めたんですか神父バレリア。
当然ですよ。私酔うのも冷めるのも早いってあなたも知ってるじゃないですか。
Can you like unsober up
ま
and
だ
go
説得力
like
に欠けますね。
go
どうぞお休みに
be
なってください。
unconscious somewhere?
あまり聞き分けがないようですとベッドに縛り
I'll
付けてしまいます
tidy
よ
your。bed? Well then. Fle's face went white as a wax model in the blink of an
さあ
eye.
いい子ですからおとなしく寝てください。なんでしたら子守歌でも歌いましょうか。
Lisa is scary.
それだけはご勘弁を。って藤井さん見てないで助けてくださ
I
い
ain't
よ。
helping you. You were talking about taking a bath with Rhea, you pervert. You don't talk about Rhea like that, son.
神よなぜ我を見捨てたも。
You forsaken your damn self. Shut up. Sister Lisa took Father Chiefra back to his room as the latter let out a scream like he was being dragged to the depths of hell. I found it hard to keep up with them, so I just stood there. What? Schlachuet for what?
お待たせしちゃったの
Never
ね
seen
藤
that
井君
word before.
まったくあの人ったら本当に全然変わらないんだから困ったものだわ。
Right. Despite what she had just said, Sister Lisa didn't look bothered at all. Like a mother dealing with a problem
神父さんとは
child.
長い付き合いなんですか？
ええ、私の一番古い友人の一人なの。あんな感じでちょっと困ってき
I
た
don't know. I
だけど
couldn't tell the good qualities over the
いいところもちゃんとあるのよ。
pervertedness he was talking about Rhea. Sister Lisa Brenner produced a warm smile to Himuro. She was like a friend, a sister, and a mother. I was apparently not what you call a sociable guy, but this woman was an exception. Seeing her smile alone resembled that of the Virgin Mary. Thinking of how Father Trifa was paralyzed by the exact same smile, I couldn't help but feel pity for him.
まあどう見ても悪者には見えない感じの人ですね。先輩もああ言ってるけど、なんだかんだで神父さんのことが好きなんでしょ？
そうね。彼女はあれで照れ屋だからきっと恥ずかしがってるのよ。
I'm sorry, but I couldn't
Sorry.
tell over the no emotion face of the face that never freaking changes, man.
彼女もうすぐ誕生日なの。バレリア、
Birthday?
神父様を呼び戻したのはそういう理由からなのよ。
Huh.
へえ。
Soka. Her birthday. I didn't know that. Huh.
いつな
How
ん
long
です？
have you known her?
12月25日、クリスマス
How
よ
are you born on
Oh, wait,
Christmas? How are you a
わかりました。
Christmas baby? Okay, she's special then. A girl born on Christmas living in a church. God must have been really looking out for her. Then again, maybe he retracted that kindness after hearing her say she'd
よかったらそ
graciously
の日は
punch
一緒に
Jesus.
彼女を祝ってくれると嬉しいんだけど。
いいですよ。霞にも言
Well,
っときます。
sure, why not?
本当？ありがとう藤井君。
Then she tugged on my sleeve, making me realize she was almost as tall as me. Bringing her face close to mine, she... wait, hold on. Did she just...
感謝の気持ちよ。だからあまり深く考えないで。
は
I scratched my still wet cheek. Well, that did leave me a bit
あ。じゃあ
surprised, but...
そういうことにします。
こりゃレアも綾瀬さんも大変ね。
She might have said that with a wry smile, but I was still quite happy about Sister Lisa's frank expression of thanks. And I wasn't as blind to what was going on around me as she might have thought.
それじゃあ俺帰りますから。
ええ、よければ下まで送りましょうか。
遠慮しときますよ。さっきの
I
ちょっ
got
と
it. I
舞い
can
上がっ
walk
てますか
down
ら
the stairs
ま
myself.
あ
It was quite an out of character line for me to drop, but I said that stupid things because I happened to recall something stupid. Though that said, it doesn't look like Sister Lisa was all that disappointed judging from her
硬
reaction.
いのか柔らかいのかよくわからない子ね。相変わらず。
Assuming she meant that as a compliment. After parting with Sister Lisa, I started walking down an empty hallway, and I had thought about this earlier, but this church is really huge. It put a school or a hotel to shame. I wasn't sure if the architectural style was Gothic or Romanesque or whatever, but from a bird's-eye view, the building apparently had the shape of a cross. It was simply way too much space for 3 people. It must have been hell to clean, not to mention lonely with all those empty rooms. I wonder how Sister Lisa and Himuro felt about that. It was better than when it was just the 2 of them, but I didn't think Father Trifa would... Hold on. Would be much help. In fact, a place this huge would normally have at least 10 or 20 nuns. Maybe I should turn down the auto just a little bit more. Just a bit more. There we go. Okay. Although in that case, they probably wouldn't have allowed a man in. Feeling a bit giddy, I shook my head. Maybe carrying around the completely wasted Father Trifa made me a little drunk as well. I guess you're just gonna be drunk by being near a drunk person. I guess. It's not how it works, bro. Go to the chapel or explore the church. I mean, this is a big-ass church, right? Let's go look around. That said, I was the guy and thus full of adventurer's spirit in my own way. Surely 5 or 10 minutes of conducting my own exploration wouldn't hurt anyone. I figured they'd allow me to wander around so long as I didn't go peeking into any rooms. I didn't know about God, but Himoto and Sister Lisa probably wouldn't get mad. Probably. Maybe they would, maybe they wouldn't. And so I decided to explore around a bit. Alright, let's find something we shouldn't find. Still, I wasn't expecting to stumble on anything amazing. But... did you? After walking around as much as I could, I went back down the stairs. I had already kind of figured, but this church was really shaped like a cross. Bringing up my mental map of the church as I walked, I realized that the altar located on the upper part of the Latin cross was right below me. In other words, this was the tip, and I'd reached the end of my little one-man excursion. I was about to turn around and head there when...
あれ
Whoa!
藤井さんじゃないですか。
Why the hell did this man just have to appear out of nowhere? You scared the hell out of
どうし
me.
ました？あなたは礼拝堂に行かれたものだとばかり思ってましたが。
いや、
He addressed me in a neutral tone, yet I still found myself somewhat taken aback. True, I'd been wandering around for a while, but it should have been physically and chronologically impossible for him to
忍
cut
者
me
屋敷
off.
ですか、この教会は。
Yeah.
これはすみません。驚かせ
Where
てし
did
まい
you
ましたか。
come from,
どう
dude?
やってこんなところに？
秘密の抜け道です。
Seek what? Why would a church have a secret passage?
教
Is
会とは
is there something here that is hidden?
知りませんでしたか？
I don't believe you. I wasn't, but if Father Chifa said so, then perhaps which I don't believe you. I believe there's something here now. I breathed a sigh of exasperation.
それはともかく復活早いね。シスターからどうやって逃げてきたわけ？
A secret
まあ
passage?
彼女は生真面目な人ですからね。騙すのはそう難しくないんですよ。水が欲しいとか言ってその隙に。でもまだ逃げ回ってる最中
And
ですか
another
ら。
thing is the fact that
黙っていて
he's
ください
one of
ね。
he's one of my enemies.
私半
So
殺しにされちゃいますから。
I'm wondering
俺はいいけ
now,
ど、
does
神
he
父が
have
嘘
a
ついたらダメなんじゃ
reason
ん。
besides
です
them
か
for
ら
being here, which
ご
I
内密にお
believe
願
he
いしますよ。
does?
シスターにも神様にも。で、藤井さんはこんなところで一体何を？
Yo, none of your business. I'm going to the
そ
chapel.
の
Leave me alone.
なんていうか迷ったみたいで。
Good lie. I lied on instinct, even though I didn't really need to. By the time I regretted my action, it was already too late.
本当は礼拝堂に行きたかったんだけど、こんなところに出てきちゃって。悪いけど道教えてくれないかな、神父さん。
構いませんよ。しかしあなたも私に劣らずなかなか方向音痴のようですね。
Apparently, your sense of... Nah, I'm not gonna say that. Not exactly the best thing to find camaraderie over, but there was no way I could tell him the truth.
はい。礼拝堂まで案内するんでしたよね。
いや、その前に一つ質問。
I glanced over at the door Father Schiefer had emerged from.
この教会って他にも抜け道みたいなのがあったりするわけ？
は？そんなことに興味がおありなんですか？
Yes. If there were, I figured it'd be cool to have him show me.
確かに他にもいくつかありますが、そう楽しいものではないですよ。そもそも脱出口の類ですから、陰気ですしね。
脱出って何から？
敵です。
The way he answered right away bothered me a bit. What enemies?
なんというかですね。教会というのは古来から籠城場所に使われることが多いので、その名残ですよ。半ば建築様式の一環になっていると言いますか。ともかく起源が起源ですから、あまり雰囲気のいいものじゃありません。幽霊とか出そうですよ。平気ですか？
Oh yeah, I can handle ghosts. Now show me where they are.
でしたらここらで探検はやめておきなさい。元気がいいのは結構ですが、古い建物には
Bad things mixed in with old buildings. I'm sure you know a lot about that, because there's something here, isn't there? He must have seen through my lies somehow. I figured he wasn't a priest just for show.
さあ、それでは行きましょう。あまり女性を待たせるのも悪いですしね。
Despite having said that, there was something oddly disconcerting about the way Father Schiefer carried himself, almost like he was trying to flee from here. Remember what door it is, please.
どうもごちそうさまでした。それじゃあ気をつけて帰ってね。
He was doing something there, but we're not gonna figure that out for any time soon, are we?
二人ともこの辺りの夜道は暗いから明るいところまで送らせてくれないかしら。
シスター。それはもしかして私に行けと？
ええ、そうですよ。どうやら元気が有り余っていらっしゃるようですし。
しかしですね。私などがいたところで何の役にも立たないと思うのですが。
Why is
縦
that?
回りくらいなら十分果たせるんじゃないかし
Damn,
ら。
son, yes, step in front of the human decapitation machine so we can escape. Please, I would love that. That would be excellent. That would be one bad guy down without even trying.
一応男手なら足りてるから気を使わなくてもいいですよ。 そんなに遠いわけでもないし、それに神父さんが盾になるのは先輩とシスターのためなんでしょ。
そうです。その通り。それに私、実は長旅の疲労が溜まっていまして、お役に
Why are
立て
you
そうも
so
ありません。
hell-bent on not escorting us,
あ
though?
ー、残念だな。悲しいな。やっ
Yo,
ぱ
this
り
guy's
旅行をケチって安い
suspicious
飛行
as
機に乗ったのが
hell,
まずかったの
dude.
かな。
You mad
シ
suspect.
ートがどうにも小さくて、こう体をずっと丸めてたから節々が痛いんですよ。
じじくさいね。
実際皆さんよりは年ですからね。
The priest spoke in a pitiable tone while purposely wiping his eyes. Sister Lisa merely heaved an
腰痛と
exasperated
か二日酔
sigh.
いとか気をつけて。先輩は風呂とか着替えとか気をつけて。シスターは胃腸薬と頭痛薬を欠かさずに。俺たちは幽霊と殺人犯に気をつけて帰りますから。さようなら。
また明日。
また明日。
これからもレアと仲良くしてやってね。
Sister Lisa's motherly that creak remark prompted an awkward smile from me as I gave a light nod and turned to leave. However,
藤井さん、
however,
すみません。言い忘れていたことがありまして、少しだけよろしいでしょうか。
what do you want?
俺に
I turned around to face the priest after he had called out to me.
はい、申し訳ありませんが。綾瀬さん、彼をしばらくお借りしてもよろしいでしょうか。時
I
間は
don't
取らせません
trust
ので。
you.
私がいたらダメなんですか？
I know you're not.
そういうわけではないですが、いえ、そういうことになるんですかね。ご理解いただけると助かります。
I know you're one of the
なんかそこはかとない疎
very
外感を覚えます
very
よ。
evil people, I
男同
guess.
士の話ってことだろ。
But I don't know what his goal at being at this church. I
ちょ
don't
っ
know
と
his
先で
goal
待
for
ってて
being
くれ
at this church
すぐ
right
終わるか
now.
ら。
いいけ
And
ど
he was obviously hiding
エッチな
something in
話じゃ
that
ないで
room,
しょう
I'm
ね。
assuming.
そん
I
な
don't
の
want to
知る
talk
か
about
ろ。
anything
どうなん
perverted
で
with
すか
this
神
man.
父様。
He can talk about perverted stuff on his own damn
綾瀬さん。
time.
私は一応神父ですよ。
Yeah, a
女の
priest that
子
wants
と
to freaking take
一緒に
baths
お
with
風呂
little
入るのが
girls.
好きな神父
Yeah,
様。
yes, exactly,
です
Kasumi. You
ね。
understand.
何か誤解をなされているようですが。
もういいから。お前もいちいち絡むなよ。
As Kasumi was getting too loud for comfort, I waved my hand to shoo her off.
じゃあなるべく早く済ましてよ。私だって怖いんだからね。
So
分か
hot.
ってるよ。目の届く範囲にいればいいだろ
Now then, what did the priest want to discuss?
手短に頼むよ。知ってると思うけど、あいつすごい短気だから。
ええ、分かっています。ありがとう。それで話というのは他でもないあなたと綾瀬さんのことなんですが、お二人とも生まれはこの町で？
違うけど、それが何？
I found myself taken aback by his unexpected question. Why did he go out of his way to ask me that?
俺もかすみも今の学校に入学するときこっちに越してきた口だけど。
そうですか。いや失礼。どうやら今あまり良くないことが町で起きていると聞いたので、もしもこの町の生まれでないのならと。
Brother Chief read his words in an unclear voice, his expression turning sour. In other words,
田舎に帰った方がいいんじゃないかって。勘弁してよ。
ですが。
ごめん、ちょっと待って。
well, great. What? I scratched my head trying to choose my words carefully.
学校が休校してるわけじゃないんだし、そんなことできないよ。俺ただでさえ日数足りてないんだから。心配してくれるのはありがたいけど、これでも一
I
応
don't think-
用心はしてるんだし。
一応とはどの程度で？失礼ながら認識が甘いように思われますが。
食い下がるね。
I felt a bit surprised. Why was he so worried?
先輩も休校にならない件で怒ってたけど、そんなに危ないと思うならそっちこそって話だろ。俺たちの心配なんかしてないで。
それは 私は神に仕える身ですから。
十字架で追い払えるのは吸血鬼だけなんじゃなかったっけ？
Yo, this guy is so suspicious, dude. I doubted that being a priest or a clergyman would ward off the killer's blade. In fact, it would only make him a more likely target.
心配するなとは言わないけど、他人のことばかり気にしてると自分がおろそかになるんじゃない？俺でも俺、そっちの心配もしてるんだから。
In short, having someone else excessively worry about you only made you concerned about them. I got the feeling the world wouldn't be functioning so well if it were any other way. Everything would likely end up one-sided and incomplete. Upon hearing my admittedly rude remarks, Father Trifa made a troubled expression, his lips forming a...
参りましたね。私の古い友人にもあなたと同じようなことを言った人がいましたよ。彼は臆病な私にとって憧れの対象でしたが、残念なことにそういう人ほど創生しやすい。生きる速度が私のようなものとは違うんでしょうね。おかげでよく置いてけぼりを食らいます。ですから。
ちょっとストップ。やめてくれよ、そういうの。
Can we go home now? That was some ill-omened stuff. He sounded like an old geezer. Seriously, what made Father Trifa and Kasumi think that I was the kind of guy who'd die young? I mean, I did try to be a pacifist and
大
everything.
体俺は自分を第一に考えてるって言ってるのに。
Oh,
そうい
okay,
う
you're
人ほど
trying to be a
いざという
pacifist
時
and
に
yet
事故
you
を顧
beat the
みない
crap
もの
out
な
of
んですよ。
your close
危険な
friend.
局面に置いて逃げること、または誰かに助けてもらうことを良しとしない。美観の問題ですが、あなたはそういう人のように見受けられます。違いますか？
Sure, I was guilty of that, but
結局その話っていうのはそういうこと？悪いけど説教ならミサの時にしてくれよ。なんだったら顔出すから。
いえ、そうではなく、私はただ。
ちょっとレーン、いつまで話してんのよ。
ああ。
And you can hear the impatient one behind
なんか
us.
短気なやつが怒鳴ってるから、その話はまた今度。神父さんも俺の心配してる暇があったら、シスターにいじめられないように気をつけなよ。
The atmosphere was getting quite stiff, so Kasumi's short temper was honestly a blessing in disguise. Father Chifa was quite the oddball, but he certainly liked preaching. No wonder he was a priest. Either way, dealing with people like that had never been my forte. However what?
藤井さん、最後に一つ。
Another
あなたは先ほ
question?
ど田舎に帰らないとおっしゃった。それについてご両親は心配されていないのですか？
Parents? What were those? What?
心配も何もあったことないよ。俺が赤ん坊の頃に死んだって聞いてる。
そうですか。これは申し訳ない。
Is that what he
失言でし
wanted
た
to
ね。
know?
いや、
Parents or not, I just couldn't find it in me to feel sad over the deaths of complete strangers whose faces I've never seen. It wasn't a cold-hearted, unfeeling bastard or anything. Rather, I figured it had more to do with
会いたい
human...
と思いますか？もしそれを叶える方法があるとしたら。
Alright,
質
now...
問が増えてるよ、神父さん。
I met his question with a bitter smile. How typical of a clergyman. Wanting to be reunited with the dead.
そんな気持ちの悪いこと思わないし願わない。そういうのを望むやつは頭がおかしい。
Driven mad by love, thinking too lightly of death. I wonder if one of those people is his father. I saw no beauty in that line of thinking. In fact, I found it extremely repulsive. People once lost could never be brought back, and that was exactly why we treasured them. So whatever came back had no value whatsoever. It was no different from equating human life
墓
to
から這い出
trash.
てくるのは何であれゾンビだよ。親でも友達でも恋人でも、そんな気持ち悪いものには変えられないし、変えちゃいけない。俺はそう思うけど。
なるほど。
What was that
あなたの
expression?
おっしゃる通りかもしれませんね。
What the hell was that
重ねて失礼。
expression? Did he
それでは
catch
また
that?
店
Ren,
に来て
don't
いた
tell
だ
me
ける
you
ので
didn't
したら
see that.
続きはその時に。
わかったよ。
Well, I considered him a nice enough guy and everything, but talking to him just made me feel all uneasy inside. Man, I was really terrible at dealing with these kinds of people.
Sate.
Breathed a little sigh and, wearing a troubled expression, watched the young man walk off into the distance. He had only intended to make some small talk, but it appeared he'd gotten caught up in the conversation. The lights in the chapel were already out, indicating Lisa and Theresia had returned to her room. They were treating him rather coldly, but not much could be done about that. For now, that was indeed the more
しかし
convenient way.
まあ正直肝を冷やしましたね。ただの釜かけだったのですが。
Lightly test him? The priest's troubled smile widened to a masochistic grin as he reflected back on the prior conversation. Indeed, the departed could never return to life, nor should the living wish for it to happen. The dead would return to earth, the living would mourn and pray. Most would no doubt label that as common sense. But the world was an intricate web of mass, and the true intentions lurking behind them. Two forms of common sense, one rooted in morals, the other birthed by sentimental arguments, would clash from time to time. In this case, which side would be the minority in the simplest sense? Let us assume that our friend had died. Certainly neither we nor the deceased must have wished for this outcome. Then what had to be done? Even as we suffered from nightmares each and every day, even as the lamentations of the dead tormented us to the point of insanity, could one still cling to morals in spite of that? For instance, what about merely thinking it? A convenient delusion, a cliched miracle, one could consider it infantile or ridicule it as stupid. Yet even as they labeled this sacrilegious, blasphemy, or taboo beyond belief, didn't most people wish for their loved ones to come back?
レオンハルト。
What the hell? She's Lionheart? So she's my enemy too? Wait. I guess I'll figure this out eventually. And she was here the whole damn time? It appears she witnessed the whole thing from the beginning to end. She had no presence at all, but the two of them likely maintained an unspoken bond. Father Chifa showed no particular sign of being surprised at all.
とはつまり彼の意見に対してですか？
ええ。何かしら感じるところがありましたか？
Felt what?
別に何も。思想は個人の自由です。
つまり気分は害していないとおっしゃる。怖いですね。冗談ですよ。ともかく私としては助かりました。あなたが抑えてくれたのはもとよりカインに聞かれなかっただけでも良好です。
Cain?
あれはいささか手に負えない。
であれば不用意な発言は控えていただきたいと思います。
Is
あなた
Ren
は少し
un
昔からいたずらが過ぎ。
Is Ren
確か
undead?
にこれは宦官の至りですね。以後気をつけるといたし
What
ま
is
しょう。
their interest in him? Jifa sounded a lenient chuckle while readjusting his glasses. Sighing, the girl proceeded to give him a sidelong glance.
無礼を承知で言わせてもらえば軽挙妄動ではないでしょうか。中の彼女たちにしてもそういつまでも騙されてはくれないでしょう。ただでさえあなたの魂は巨大すぎます。
本来ならもういくらか場が整うまでシャンバラに入るべきではなかった
Yeah,
と思いま
he's
す。
undead.
それは前にも言ったでしょう。
Souls, huh?
副資料閣下の砲術は私ごときの侵入でひび割れるほど脆い代物ではありませんよ。まあ勇み足だったのは認めますがね。我々には過去があります。若いあなたにはわからないかもしれませんが、少しはそれを信じなさい。
カゴン、もしかして神のですか？
いいえ、私の神はもういません。では何のという指摘もあるでしょうが、とりあえず今そんなことはどうでもいい。ただやるべきことをやるべき時に、リザとテレジアにはまた嫌われてしまうでしょうが、これも務めなればやむなしといったところでしょう。私の言いたいことはわかりますね。
はい。
結構でしたらば行きなさい。現場の判断はあなたに任せますが、ベイとマレウスがやりすぎるよう
Malaya
な
is
らと
happened
の
to
よ
get carried away
あ
and
の少
endeavor to
年どうもきな臭い。うまく言えませんが、何か良くないものがついている。まあこのシャンバラはおかしな人間が生まれやすいし集まりやすい。当たり外れはともかくとして、網にかかれば試すことにもなるでしょう。結果何が釣れるかは分かりませんが。
It's interesting how he's like, there's something ominous about that boy. I mean, you're
あ
ominous,
なたには期
dude.
待している。
Your aura just reeks of suspicion. Well, I should say your aura reeks of suspect me of something. I don't know what, but suspect me of something. You'll never figure it out, but suspect me of
やれ
something.
やれ、どうも嫌われていますね。
But that too felt only natural. While the priest's heart bled at the notion of receiving a young maiden's distaste, he had no time to waste on bettering their relation. For indeed, he had many a task to attend to, desires to fulfill, goals to achieve. A craving that burned bright in his chest, never to be extinguished. A sentiment so unlike him, both as a man of God, as well as what?
残念ながら私は俗物なので
As
すよ。
one in his position, and yet
ネモアンテモルテムベアトゥス。
Nemo ante
そんな
mortem
ざれ言
Beatus?
かけらも信じ
Beatus?
られないのでね。
Only after death can one find happiness. That's a bunch of crap. For in order to realize those fairies... Oh, well then. Time was of the essence for those devils in human skin which soon return. In order to prepare for the coming of that day, the priest would take all the measures he deemed... Devils in human skin? Wait, so are these guys not my enemies?
でもさ、あの神父様素敵だよね。お父さんみたいな感じがして。
That's not exactly how I would describe him. Kasumi was filling my ears with that nonsense during our way back to the apartment and wouldn't stop even after we had arrived.
ちょっと頼りないし変人っぽいけど、なんか愛を感じるじゃない？私結構羨ましいな。
Kasumi envying others and even calling someone a father, you didn't hear that every day. She lost her own father. As for me, I didn't have parents. So we kind of had this unspoken agreement to not bring up the
レン
topic.
はどう思う？
I found myself at a loss for words.
いいんじゃないか。仲良さそうで。
だよね。
It felt a bit odd seeing Kasumi smile as if she was talking about herself. Or maybe I was the jerk for being this perplexed by it. Despite having no blood relation whatsoever, Himoto's sister Lisa and Father Chifa seemed like a genuine family, which was a wonderful thing, all things considered. No wonder Kasumi admired them. I was the weird one here.
何？どうかした？
He seemed off. After reassuring her that I was just fine, I began to change my mind. This definitely didn't come up all that often, but if Kasumi wanted to discuss the topic, there was really no reason for me to object. After all, just like I told Father Chifa, I didn't feel anything from my
で
parents.
お前はホームシックにでもかかったのか？
ちょっとね。レンはどう？うちのお母さんに会いたい？
あの人俺を女装させようとするから苦手だ。
Dress
そうだ
you
ったね。
in women's clothing? What? I had no parents, no relatives either. I was taken in by a friend of my dad, Kasumi's father, and so I'd been freeloading off Ayase's family ever since. In that sense, Kasumi and I were more like brother and his older sister than childhood friends. She insisted it was the other way around, but after some serious consideration, I concluded I didn't need an older sister like that. Besides, besides, my birthday came before hers. As for financial troubles, I'd been told that I had nothing to worry about thanks to my family's inheritance. With the exception of the minimum amount for living expenses, I could more or less use it as I saw fit. Kasumi included, of course.
でねでね。
Family
私らが
inheritance,
小さい
huh?
時、一度お父さんがレンを正式な養子にしようとしたことがあるんだって。でもそれ、お母さんが大反対して、結局お流れになっちゃったらしいんだ。
Why is
なん
that?
でと思う？
いや
No clue. Was it you?
なんだよ。
Smiling Kasumi drew her face closer to mine, contrary to what I was expecting her to say, though.
そんなことしたら、かすみとレンが結婚できなくなっちゃうでしょ。
What? Boom. She dropped that bomb so hard I could almost literally hear it. Wait.
確か三親等以内の血族じゃない限り養子だろうがなんだろうが OK じゃなかったか？
そうなの？詳しいんだね、レン。調べたの？
What was with that ungodly, wicked smile?
どうしてレンはそんなに詳しかったりするのかな？
Listen.
常識の範疇。
本当に？私とお母さんは知らなかったよ。ねえ、なんでかな？
そういう漫画とか結構あるだろ？
レン、あんまり漫画読まないじゃん。
Kasumi began to sidle up to me like a slug. I was more off-putting. Wait, it was more off-putting than scary, honestly.
実は言い名付けだったのよ。ねえ。
Engaged.
ねえね
Whoa, really? I gave her a karate chop on instinct.
え。いたよね、あた。いきなり何してくれんのよ。
不気味な動きで近寄ってこないでくれ、知女。
Sheviant? A woman who sexually harasses a man.
地上の愛と平和を守るため。
お前
What's
頭
wrong
大
with
丈
you?
夫か？
You okay in the head? Whoa! Alright.
いうかあれでしょ。あんた照れてるからいつもそんなことばっか言うんでしょ。ガキ。
You're calling me a brat. Get a lobotomy?
それ子供の時に
Twitsy?
キンクしてしたあだ名じゃない。このレンタン。
Ren?
レンタ
萌えキャラみたいに呼ぶな。
ン。レンタンはどうしてそんなに素直じゃないか
Oh
な。
my
君は
gosh.
どうしてそんなにおまぬけなんだ？
Boy. One stupid exchange after another, pointless conversation after pointless conversation, a worthless daily existence, cheap like garbage, a series of ever unchanging mundane events, the kind you'd have a hard time ever remembering the next day. Why did I never reflect upon that day, that instant, more deeply? I was careless. I didn't take it seriously. I thought I understood. That nothing lasted forever, that something being finite meant that it its end could come at any time. That irreplaceably precious garbage of a daily life Ren Fuji wished to protect to the point of parting ways with his best friend came to an end that night. Yo, stuff is about to go down. All right. Now then, let the curtains rise on tonight's grand guignol. I don't know if I'm probably not pronouncing that right. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that I'm not pronouncing it right. But question mark? There's a gigantic moon in the background. At first I couldn't understand what was going on. Huh? What happened to me? I was just in my room a few moments ago, so why was I suddenly all alone in a place like this? I glanced around my surroundings, the chaos in my mind never once subsiding. I was outside, no question about that. Was this some kind of prank? I didn't get so drunk that my memories blanked out, did I? That couldn't have been the case. How did this happen? I didn't know. It wasn't that difficult to recall everything that had happened up until this point. I left the church, went home, took a bath, and went to bed. I might have had a chat with Kasumi too, but it probably wasn't anything important knowing her. Nothing that would help me here at any rate. The last thing I'd remembered was going to bed. That was the important bit. It meant that this was all a dream, not reality. A dream? Yumeka? But even if I assumed that to be true, there was still something I couldn't quite explain. Why wasn't this that dream? The one where I get my head cut off. I mean, are you complaining that you didn't get your head cut off this time? That's really weird. Over the past few days, I'd been having the same exact dream of that twilight shore, that nightmare at the guillotine. True, if I never had that dream ever again, I could count myself lucky, but the sudden change still left me feeling like something was off. The moon loomed high above, showering me with frozen blue light. I was alone, like a dancer in the spotlight. This was strange. Life is strange. This was strange. Something felt off. Though I was conscious, I couldn't perceive anything. It was a vague, floating feeling, like I was nothing more than an eyeball. That could be attributed to the nature of dreams, though. I couldn't control myself properly, although I could detect a dull pain hammering away at my brain. I still felt out of it to the point of wanting to throw up. I would have been hard-pressed to call it a very comfortable feeling. In other words, this really was yet another dream. The details of it might have changed, but it remained just as unpleasant as before. I began to stagger as I felt a sense of intoxication wash over me. Actually, perhaps it would be better to say I was already walking. I certainly wasn't doing it consciously, and the sensation of my feet pressing against the earth felt incredibly vague. All I had left was my vision and this faint, dull headache, and was this a heartbeat? It sounded like it was coming from far off, but I could definitely hear someone's heartbeat. It wasn't mine. For some reason, that was all I knew, as well as the fact that it was slowly yet steadily getting closer. What the hell? Question mark? A sharp, burning pain flared up in my neck. This doesn't seem to be going very well, but then all of your dreams don't seem to be going very well, because you die in every single one of them. The word pain didn't even begin to describe it. It felt like I was being strangled by a string of molten hot barbed wire. That's pretty bad. And as the pain grew more intense, so did the heartbeat draw closer and closer. A never ceasing sound, the sensation of another heartbeat in the back of my head. What the hell was this? Yo, can you have like a normal dream for once, dude? This is like next level bad. I was getting strangled. I couldn't breathe. The pain was only growing more and more intense. Succumbing to strangulation was all too easy. I could feel that thing biting into the flesh of my neck. Yo, this is getting real graphic. It was trying to twist my neck. It was all too incomprehensible. What did I do to deserve this? Could it be that I was about to become the 8th victim? Alrighty. The abrupt pain akin to having my very bones scraped off made me let out a violent howl of agony. I wasn't bleeding, but I could tell that my neck and torso were held together by nothing but one last bone. Creak, creak. I heard my bones being whittled down. Oh, dude! Oh! Bruh! This is not cool. I don't want to hear about this anymore. This is like... Like my body's starting to feel pain. Like I feel like, ugh. The other heartbeat in my skull, I could feel it being activated. I found myself assailed by a feeling of discomfort unlike any I'd ever experienced before. Almost like I was a second skin being shed by another creature while I still lived. Can this dream end? Because this is actually really disgusting. What? An ever so brief whisper echoed in my ears. I couldn't make out what it was saying, not a word. I had already passed my threshold of pain and was being driven into a situation where all I wanted to do was writhe on the ground. I was in no condition to properly make out some ever audible noise of a voice. Well, apparently the voice wants to be heard because ever since you said that, you felt more pain. As the creaking in my neck grew ever more intense. Oh! My vision was abruptly cut off with the grace of a sudden blackout. Yes! Please tell me it's over. This is so disgusting. A sound echoed across the darkness. I found myself freshly enveloped by... Hurry. 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 Alright. Can we not repeat ourselves? This is not... the horror he endless 7 right now. We don't need this. The sound drilling into my skull began to merge with the noise, gradually transforming into something I could make out as human speech. A familiar requiem I'd heard somewhere before. Dies Irae, dies Ila, Soviet Seklum in Favila, Teste David cum Sibyl. What? Well, there's Dies Irae, right? Quantus tremor est fututus, quando judex est. All right, whatever. All right, our blood. Oh, stop, please. Something, etc. Something. I don't give a crap. Something, more something. All right, whatever. Whatever. Oh my gosh, dude. F this. My skull was split. My head severed. Oh! Could this... I'm about to say something that I have a feeling that I'm gonna regret later. Could this be any more graphic, dude? Come on! The string of unintelligible words that poured forth from within jolted through my brain, robbing it of sanity. To oppose the raging scream of my pain, I let go of the hand known as the axis of reason, desperately clinging to me. Yo, it is so hot right now. I wish the actual natural light would come in my room, like, because so I wouldn't have to use these lights. This is so bad. For once, I'm recording during the day, and it's basically the same temperature as it is at night, unfortunately, right now. Because it'll be like 80 degrees during the day, which means it's like 90-something degrees in my room with the lights on, essentially. And it's 80 degrees at night, too, so either way, I lose. And thus, my head was severed. The world had turned inside out. There was no pain, no nausea. That feeling of intoxication began to fade, as all my senses, sight and hearing included, were completely restored. Oops, I pressed the wrong button to screenshot. Good job, me. All right, back. What the hell was that noise? That didn't sound normal. But then his dream isn't normal, so... As everything from the neck up had been replaced, it would only be natural for the previous head's discomfort to vanish as well. A myriad sensations, all strained... Wait, I just completely blanked out for a second. A myriad sensation, all strange, sharpened to the limit, and although there was a distinct sense of aloofness and ambiguity in its operation, the head had the body under control. Its movements remained stiff, a sway of the ego, perhaps, yet Ren Fuji's influence was already but an insignificant speck of dust, hardly even worth viewing as a problem. It would soon grow accustomed to it. It knew him better than anyone, guaranteeing utmost affinity. The two of them were as caduceus? 2 in 1, two sides of the same coin, yin and yang. Ah, how truly romantic. What would man call this, if not the red string of fate itself? The head began to cackle, its body staggering onwards with the unsteady step of a sleepwalker. Where to? That hardly needed to be said. To its prey. This is hella creepy, but I think that's the point. A hunter cared not. Okay, I think that was like a random ass dirt bike or a moped passing by my house. All right, whatever. The hunter cared not who ended up slaughtered. It could have even been a cat or a dog for all it cared. So long as the prey had blood, life, and was worthy to be cut down, the hunter did not discriminate. All it needed was a victim large enough to be fit for a massacre to help satisfy these welling destructive urges. Alright. Had there been a zoo nearby, an elephant or a giraffe would have likely sufficed. However, that was not the case. As such, it needed to hunt for something else. Now, you see, right? Something that hardly needed to be explained, indeed. Humans. Huh? That doesn't sound like Ren. A voice came pouring out.
よければ公園の外までご一緒させてもらえませんか？怖くて。
Yo, this is creepy as hell. What's good? Startled, a woman in her mid-20s turned around. Her gaudy makeup and suit left quite the impression, pointing towards a career in perhaps the nighttime entertainment business. Accompany me to the park entrance. I ain't accompanying you anywhere with a voice like that, bitch. The head continued to speak.
電話したら入り口で待ってるから早く来いって言われました。薄情な奴らですよね。
Yo, this is the creepiest woman I've ever heard in my life. I got separate. Okay. It produced a smile all too calm itself to. Oh my gosh. I think it's you pronounce this word as coax. Yeah, to coax. To persuade his preferred target.
ダメですか?
In times like this, presenting a soft, kind, and gentle expression worked as the most effective cover. The woman made a troubled smile, but ultimately agreed to the head's request. Despite voicing a grumble or two, her voice rang with a hint of relief. She was probably frightened. What an idiot. Just as the head formulated that thought. Alright. Not even the assailant themselves could tell or remember which direction it came from. So is he really the murderer? That would be interesting. Oh my gosh, changing my seating position and then a wire stuck under my foot. All they saw was the lightning fast swoop of the blade. Its after image burned into their eyes. The woman was decapitated, her head sent flying into the air. It didn't end there. Her torso was sliced into 5 pieces before the head even hit the ground. Oh my gosh. She displayed not a shred of resistance. The axe seemed... Wait a second. I just realized. Apparently I'm the idiot here. Because... I think what it is that I misunderstood. That person was actually a person and I was just hearing her voice that way, but her voice doesn't actually sound like that. Alright, so I think I was mistaken. I think I misunderstood what was going on here. Because I was so like disgusted with all the like graphicness of this. And I have a feeling it's gonna get a lot more graphic. The axe seemed a magic trick of sorts, but one that could never be undone. The woman's body split into pieces, her various parts scattering like falling Jenga blocks. So I actually thought that the woman was the murderer, but she was just the victim, which I feel bad for her now. That really sucks. The freshly severed head fell on the still spinning hand with a thump, the same somewhat stiff smile eternally frozen on its lips. It then bounced into the air one more time. This is actually like this is outright disgusting. Before being sliced in two right down the middle, the woman's face split. Bruh! Oh my gosh. Split open, scattering blood and brain as it bursts like cheap fireworks. A fierce cackle reverberated in the area, piercing the very heavens. Wait. Wait. No, I was right. It was... The person that was doing the talking, like, follow me into the park, I'm scared, was the person that... with the creepy-ass voice. Okay. Its spine creaked, perhaps due to joy, dread, or a mixture of both. The creeping sensation of a myriad crawling worm shook its jaw, never once stopping. Does Ren just randomly turn into a crazy-ass female at night? Like, what's going on here? The hunter's fits of laughter failed to cease, a multitude of thoughts diffusing throughout its head. A feeling akin to the taste of cheap drugs, a gut-wrenching wave of chaotic, psychedelic tension, wonderful beyond description. Psychedelic. Come on, man. It felt so good, everything from the head up switched on its own. Whoosh. 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 The world flashed like a strobe light at the neck-breakingly fast switch. To get a clear idea of what that felt like, one had simply to take a roller coaster, a free fall, and whatever they called a spinning coffee cup ride thing, and put them all together. The thrill of murder. The joy of robbing one of life. The intoxication of absolute carnage seeping into the very core of the hunter's being. The lamps and garbage cans within 10 meters had split apart, much like the woman, met with its own sheer over-enthusiasm. The hunter laughed. As such, it wanted, it yearned to play a while. Eon. Alas, you mustn't. It would appear they have caught wind of this. The world shut down with a click, not unlike death, like that woman from a moment before whose very existence was denied and expunged. Almost as if she was deleted, but not quite. I think the way you would describe it is completely shredded. You know how those confidential documents that you can't throw in the garbage, you have to shred? That's exactly what happened to her. But shredded in multiple ways, which is just disgusting. Like that dream of being beheaded by a guillotine, that exact same sensation. Ah, so this was yet another dream. Sleep, do not awaken, you must not. What? Wake up. Lines, time 10. Lines time 10. Now then, the beasts approach. Retreat or advance, make your choice. And so, after God knows how much time, and we're back to the regular text box, the one I actually like, the one that doesn't cover up 99% of the screen. I finally came to my senses, only to find myself gazing up at the moon, the round, perfectly circular shape of the moon. Like a hole bored into the sky, the cold night air sent a shiver down my spine, feeling almost like it came pouring out from that very hole. Where was I, and what was I doing here all by myself? I didn't really know, nor did I remember anything for that matter. All I recalled was falling on my ass and spacing out like some idiot. Right, I had a dream. Martin Luther King? Oh gosh, I feel like this is like me just trying to get over just that bloody scene that I just witnessed. I couldn't recall all the details, but I knew it was quite the unpleasant, ominous, and terrifying, or perhaps enjoyable dream. At least that was what it felt like. Why had I been staring at the moon this whole time without budging my eyes or my body? How odd of me to fixate on that. It wasn't like I really wanted to look at the moon, but it seemed to attract me precisely because I didn't want to see that. The moon was simply a convenient distraction. What was that? Almost as if I was unconsciously clinging to it, trying to escape my surroundings. Why was something like that here? Was it a body? What was it? I must know. I didn't want to think about why this wet, sticky liquid on the ground was there. Finally, I looked down. I completely read that out of order, but who cares? All right, blood on the ground. My gaze fell upon a sea of blood as well as chunks of meat. Chunks of meat. I mean, if you mean body parts, you know, that works too. And excrement that seemed like they were chucked out of a bucket. Remains of a human body lay scattered as far as the eye could see, mutilated beyond recognition. Arms severed at the elbow, legs still standing up from the shins down. This is very, very descriptive. Very, very descriptive. Jeez. Like, I don't even know if I can handle playing this. Like, I feel like I want to throw up, but not throw up. Like, I don't know how to explain this. Because it is very disgusting. Guys, what do you think about this? Because it's like, I feel like this is a lot. This is a lot to take in at once, man. A woman's head, cleaved vertically, floated in the middle of that puddle of blood, facing the ground, eyes fixed on me in a glare. White bone, pink entrails, yellow fat, red muscles, gray brain, dull eyes, light brown hair, the putrid stench of blood and death lingering about those grisly remains, even emanating steam in the cold night air, violated my nasal cavities with merciless intensity. If my friend was playing this, he would honestly throw up. And he would just stop. What was all this doing here? I felt like a complete fucking idiot for only thinking about this now. I could remember, though only partially, what this body used to look like, the kind of face it made, as well as how she was killed. I vomited with enough force to make me feel like my innards were being turned inside out. The smell... Dude, I need this to go back to, you know, Kasumi and Rhea. I need them in my life right now to make me feel better. I feel disgusted. My stomach cramped under the wintry moonlight. No doubt a result of the blood that looked nearly like a veil of crimson mist. This wasn't a dream. Alright, so look at yourself. Look at your own hands. I want to see if you did it. Or... this wasn't a dream. This wasn't a dream. This wasn't a dream. This wasn't a dream. Alright, dude. This wasn't a dream. This cold, this head, this stench, these images, they were all I don't know.
どうなのか。
Look at yourself in the mirror. Look at your hands. I don't know. Look at something on your body and figure out if you did it, man. I need to
違
know.
うのかよ。
Wilhelm? Didn't you? Ren is the killer. I don't believe it. What is Ren, dude? What the hell? So every time he started dreaming, he went out and murdered somebody. And now I felt completely shocked. More by the action I took rather than the abrupt voice that prompted me to do it. Just how many meters did I jump back despite being on all fours? He's not human.
ほう。
Wilhelm, huh? Who are you? Cause you're definitely not the kid from before. A man I'd never seen before greeted me with a jovial smile. If he was standing where I'd been until a moment ago, it meant that I must have jumped back about 10 meters. All right, well, let's look this up real quick, cause I'm not I don't know meters very well. He jumped back 32 feet. Well, all right. How many feet in a football field? All right, so he jumped back almost a fourth of a football field. Wait, no, it's wide. 32 feet. Well, yeah, the fourth of a football field in width or something like that. That's not... That's like... That's a lot,
いい
dude.
反応してるな、ガキ。
The man spoke up in a calm voice, paying no heed to mutilated corpse by his feet. He clearly harbored not a shred of respect for the dead, casually trampling on a woman's sliced face like it was no more than an empty can. I can't even imagine how they're gonna put this into an anime. This anime is gonna be legit graphic to hell, dude. Seeing that a difficult to describe chill rushed through my entire body, the beasts approach. So, I wonder if the priest had an idea of who Ren was. That would be interesting. Didn't someone say that moments before I regained consciousness? This was bad, really bad. Nerve cells all throughout my body began to sound near equivalent of an emergency siren, blowing clean away all trivial bafflements that came with seeing a dead body, killing someone, or wondering what I was even doing here in the first place. Before me towered a colossal threat. It would have been simple to identify it as a beast of prey. No, a better way to describe it would be an otherworldly kind of pressure, the dread of some mysterious inhuman abomination. Such an abruptly materialized source of pure wickedness evicted all potential thoughts from my mind. This guy was not normal. Apparently neither are you when you're jumping like football fields, dude. He was not human.
なんか言えよガキ。こっちは気使って猿用の言葉で話してやってるんだぜ。口聞けねえってわけでもねえだろうが。
The man took a step towards me. An emergency alarm in my head proceeded to kick it up a notch. It was a hunch similar to base instinct. It was telling me to run, otherwise I would be devoured. My body moved unconsciously. I jumped back just as fast as I did earlier. No, even faster than that, with the intention of getting out of here right away. However... Whoa! It's Rusalka, aka the... Damn it, dude. Whatever. I'll call her Rusalka. Whatever you want, game. Because she had another name, but I don't remember it. I'm just going to call her whatever name you want. Rusalka, there we go. Your name is... Rusalka for now, until I remember what your other name was. Where the hell did you come from? That attempt was blocked by a woman standing behind me. This was getting ridiculous. I poured all I had into fleeing this vicious sink or swim situation. Even if there were any obstacles, I had enough force to mow down pretty much anything in my path. So why? Where am I going? Away from you, because I don't seem to be in a very favorable position right now. Why couldn't I break through this fragile looking woman? How the hell was she holding me down with arms that should have honestly broken like frail twigs the moment I hit her? All she did was place her hand lightly upon my chest, yet that alone rendered me completely paralyzed. Because obviously she's not human either. I felt an unbelievably heavy pressure, almost like there were over 100 people packed beneath her skin. Souls. Nahed Sera? The hell is that? And I'm pretty sure that she has the mark of an alchemist on her glove. Well, from what I've seen on like Full Metal Alchemist, that was like, that looks exactly like the symbol. Smirking, the pale man shifted his gaze to look at me, his scoff ridiculing my pointless attempt at trying to escape him. A hopelessly terrifying sense of sheer inhumanity, abnormality to the point of being laughable. These two were just like that. They killed people without any display of humanity, devouring others to escalate themselves to a position transcending mankind. Mercurius substitute? Zarathustra? Him? Malleus, there we go. Can you pick one name, please? That's all I ask. Malleus Rusalka. My thoughts were reduced to a jumble just by having them near me. I felt like I could pass out any second now. I could smell an unnaturally dense mixture of blood, death, and decay. Alright, let's make this even grosser by talking about stuff decaying. Ugh. I was this close to losing it. Simply being in the center of their attention was going to crush me if this kept going. Anyway, I had to do something. Even if my body was paralyzed, I needed to at least speak up so I could free myself from their grip.
私ゾクゾクしてきちゃうよ。
Alrighty. Leaving my chest, a woman's finger slid up to my neck.
あなたがやったのかな。
I have no idea, but it seems like it. She referred to the mutilated corpse of a woman laying scattered on the pavement, asking me if I was
雑で
responsible.
荒いし綺麗じゃないよね。少なくとも私の知ってるあいつの趣味じゃないようだけど。メルクリウスの生物が何だったのか私たちの誰一人として知らないのよ。だからあれだけじゃ特定できない。あなたあいつの代理なの？
もしそうなら野郎の生異物もこれと似たようなもんなのか。
What the hell were these guys talking about? All sounded like gibberish to me. Besides, did I really kill someone here? There was a body right in front of me. I retained memories of the moment of her death. But was that really me? I was neither trying to flee from reality nor attempting to shift the blame. Rather, I just...
殺しなんか
I saw it, I did, but I couldn't say for certain I was the one who did it. When I gave that answer... What? She's like... Alright, dude. Maniacal laughter poured out of the two like water from a broken faucet. Their sneers like a lump of malice. The aggregation of discord that threatened to drive one mad, to destroy one's sanity just by listening. Its sheer wretchedness made me sick. Theirs was no laugh of any ordinary human. That much I could attest to with certainty.
そうかそうかお前違うかそうだよなあそうだろうとも面白い
The man walked right up to me, his shoulders still trembling from laughter. His eyes betrayed no sense of laughter. I got goosebumps all over.
めんどくせえな体に効くかよ
Okay, his demeanor just changed, like, instantly. Let's, not mess with this guy and let's try to leave. Whoa! What, did he just shoot me? That's a kick? That sounded like a freaking cannon shot! His simple kick to the stomach sent me flying like a piece of cardboard. What the hell? That seemingly light kick nearly killed me. I must have broken half my ribs.
それでもう一度聞くんだけどよ
He stomped on my left shoulder right as I attempted to sit up, causing my joints to break with a creaking
生
sound.
物はなんだてめえはどこでメルクリウスのクソとつなが
A
ってる
Nerbe? Mercurius? Isn't Mercurius the vice guy? The vice commander guy? Dude! My vision flickered from the pain. I couldn't even scream. By contrast, the man's voice remained endlessly frivolous.
おいおい頼むぜサクサク行こうや
Dude, let the hell go of me,
実際
dude!
拷問は得意じゃねえんだ俺が相手してるうちに剥がねえとお前あっちのバカ女に本格的なの食らわされっつ
She's better than you at torturing? Okay, then I want no part of her. How about that?
ちょっと失礼ね。バカって何よ。
I don't want any part of
いいわ
Malaeus.
よ。じゃあ手伝ってあげないんだから。あなたもたまには繊細な仕事をしてみるのね。頭さえ残ってれば最悪なんとかなるんだしさ。
So long as you leave the head? How are we even gonna get out of this? This is ridiculous. She has no conscience. She doesn't give a damn. She'll straight up kill me with no remorse.
だそうだぜ。
Can I live, please? Oh, okay, all right. I'm sorry. It broke, or perhaps it just was dislocated. I couldn't move my left arm from the shoulder down. I grabbed the man's ankle with my right hand out of pure reflex. I attempted pouring as much strength into my grip as possible, but he wasn't budging an inch.
触んじゃねえよ、気色悪い。
How is he gonna get out of this, dude? Seriously, the man lifted me up into the air using only his leg, then connected it to a spin kick without missing a beat. His kicks literally sounds like rocket launchers or something, dude. It was enough to send me flying 7 or 8 meters to the fence overlooking the water. This was no laughing matter. He was seriously going to kill me if this kept up. I had to do something to get away. How about you let me go? Like, I didn't do anything to you, so why the hell are you doing this to me? I feel like they're doing this to me because they hate Mercurius, and they have a feeling I have something that I'm related to Mercurius in some way, shape, or another. His tone mocked me like he had just read my mind. He was right, though. That wouldn't do me any good. Then, what else was I to...
あんまりしらける反応するんじゃねえよ。役者こいてんなら大したもんだが、気の長い勝負でもないんでな。
Accidentally killing me. Right. If you killed me, it would be completely intentional. Let's be real now.
最後だ。てめえの生物は?
The heck is a Nerbe? What the hell is that? The man's kick crashed into the iron fence beside me, bending his bars in the process. I remained silent, but what else was I gonna do? How was I supposed to reply when I had no answer to give him? Was I going to die here, crushed without rhyme or reason in a situation beyond my comprehension? I didn't want that. No way I was gonna accept an outcome like that. I felt it was meaningless to explain and justify myself to an opponent I couldn't reason with. Likewise, I couldn't just run away from him either. Yeah, running doesn't seem to be something that you're going to be able to do. So what's the plan then? Then what was I to do? Words and running wouldn't do me any good. So what other methods would help me break through the deadlock of this irrational, unreasonable situation? Well, you could beg for your life, you could lie to him. Certainly some things you could do, but whether he would believe you or not is two different stories. You know what I'm saying? Oh gosh, it's so hot. Freaking 90 degrees in this room. Probably like... A color of boredom seeped into the man's tone as he threw a fierce punch my way, almost as if to say he was done playing torture. His bloodlust was near palpable. I felt death itself approaching. I could instinctively tell I would die the moment that fist crashed into me. I no longer had any other choice. I saw a body earlier. Maybe I was the one who killed her, or maybe I wasn't. Regardless of the truth, that horrific image had been permanently burned into my retina, refusing to leave. As such, I had but one thing on my mind, that I did not wish to end up that way. A selfish, greedy, and wretched attachment to life that alone steeled my conviction, made it fiercer than anything else. Like hell, I'd be killed. Like hell, I'd be broken here. I had to move, dodge, struggle. If I wanted to live, if I wished to avoid death, I had but one thing to do. Oh my gosh, I'm sweating. Jeez. Because I was not supposed to die in a place like this to begin with. Found it in yourself to act. In that case, allow me to give you some advice. Out of all the current fangs, that man Bay is is amongst the fiercest. The current fangs? Is Will's name Fang or something? I mean, not Fang, Bay? Struggle all you wish, but mortal skill alone shan't defeat him. The man's arm pierced a bench, the iron fence, and even part of the pavement, drawing it back. He flashed a smile after rolling away from him to gain some distance. I rose back onto my feet. How shall you proceed, Zarathustra? Ren Zarathustra. Alright, so apparently he's Zarathustra. I don't even know what's going on anymore. I thought Zarathustra was the blondie girl. The decapitated blondie girl. Shall you acquire my Iwiket and test his prowess on him? Should you retreat or advance? I implore you to bless me with the light of the unforeseen. I felt my head pounding, making me think I was about ready to faint at any moment. My semicircular canals rang from the shock like an explosion that happened right next to me, knocking off my sense of balance. But, huh? The force of that punch, as well as the ones before it, were no laughing matter. Yet they weren't fast enough to make dodging them completely impossible. So long as I kept myself from freezing in terror, I could manage. Now that things had come to this, that was all I could do. The ivory man of white hair faced me again with a smirk decorating his lips. He would likely kill me in an instant if I tried to make a run for it, which meant that my best chance here was to try and create an opening. I was hurting all over, but this still paled in comparison to my fight with Shiro. It was hardly impossible. I had to fight and successfully break through. It was the only way. Very well, then act according to your heart's desire. Should you deem it necessary to determine the difference between your strengths.
なあマレウス、こいつ殺すぞ。文句はねえな。
ダメって言っても聞かないんでしょ。いいわよ別に。あなた昔からそんなだしね。ただ、さっきも言ったけど。
頭は残せか。まあ前処してみら。
I'll handle him real careful like. The man approached me with a faint smirk. If he really planned to pick a fight, then victory would go to the one who struck first.
ちょっと待ちなさいよ。
Huh?
どうせやるなら、もう少しやる気が出るようにしてあげるわ。たとえ。
The woman interrupted before I could make my first move. Her words caused my thoughts of taking the initiative fly right out of the window.
ついさっきまで教会にいたんだよね。
What do you know about that? What?
そうだっけか？
そうよ。だったら手っ取り早いじゃない。
What the hell do you know about that? Wait, what were they saying?
とかごまかそうとか、そういう気が起きないようにしてあげるから。もっと死に物狂いで頑張ろうよ。あなた自分が痛いのには鈍そうな感じだし、こういう状況の方が火つくんじゃない？
She is ruthless.
なるほど。
In my mind, I begged them to stop smiling like that. The way they smiled, even an idiot could figure out their true intentions. I couldn't help but feel bothered by the way she mentioned my presence at the church. Almost like she'd heard about it from someone as opposed to directly hearing it herself, but those worries soon became meaningless. I turned pale in an instant. Fear and uneasiness simultaneously sent shivers down my spine. I went there with Kasumi. I went to see Himuro. I talked to them. It was fun, a good memory. I could still recall it quite well. So, how dared those otherworldly fucks talk about it like it had happened on the same planet. If you run away, that smirking woman's voice was grating to the ears. I had to silence it no matter what it took. I couldn't allow her to say the rest. I got it, Malaeus. You will be dealt with. The moment she said that, I rushed forward before I could even think. My sense of balance still felt off to the point where I didn't think I could run straight. Despite that, I launched the equivalent of a suicidal attack. I was scared beyond words. The thought of what they'd do if I let them go was nigh unbearable. So I dashed towards them, emptying my mind. I'd let out no roar, no shout, not even a weep. All I did was charge mechanically forward. That was a mistake.
どうしたおい、急に勇ましくなったじゃねえか。つっても女相手に切れる男ってのはいただけねえな。
My suicide charge had been halted with little to no effort. He grabbed me by the neck, prevented me from moving forward. I could tell that he needed to squeeze but a little harder to snap it. But I couldn't back down. A chill somewhat different from what I experienced earlier rushed up my spine. I gritted my teeth and clenched my fist. My whole body was trembling. This was rage, fear of the horrible things these psychos would do if I didn't stop them here.
逃げ打とうって気がなくなったんなら追加で俺からも葉っぱくれてやろうじゃねえか。
Like, well,
もう質疑応答は終了だ。こっから先は口以外で語り合おうぜ。
power?
心配すんなよ、手加減してやる。武器は出さねえし、片手だけでやってやっから。お前は銃でもナイフでも念力でも呪いでも何でもいいから使ってみろや。
Alright, so all of them have a weapon they summon. So does Ren have a weapon he summons too? Is his like a scythe or something? Or a sword?
何者だろうと、今日は遊べるかどうかだしよ。暇してたんだ、長いこと。待つってのはつれえよな。もうしけた祭りじゃ満足できねえ。だからよ、これ最後のチャンスだ。俺にここまで譲歩させてナエル落ち着きやがったらお前。
He drew me close to him, uttering the following like it was nothing.
静から消しちまうぞ。
Yo, wipe the city off the map. Bro, I don't know how I'm gonna do it, but I'm about to wipe you off the map, okay? Or I'm gonna die trying, got it? I felt dizziness taking its hold on me. My throat was so raspy I had trouble properly breathing. I had no idea why all this was happening or why these insane bastards were here. But there was one thing I did know. This guy was serious. I mean, couldn't you tell that, like, before? I don't understand. If I made a single mistake in how I acted here, he'd likely make good on his word. If he could probably, and he could probably pull it off too. He would thoroughly, undoubtedly, mercilessly, unsparingly, and heartlessly pulverize, reap, kill, and destroy every single thing here, laughing merrily all the way. The mundane, everyday life I'd held so dear was being rapidly painted over by the unknown. I was sure of it, so I had to fight. I mean, this is now your novel, Ren. It's no longer gonna be repeating the same thing and making time move by slow. You have to fight. You have to save Rhea, okay? And Kasumi and Lisa and F the pervy priest. He can die for all I care. I was not interested in anything that fell outside the boundaries of the known. I had to fight now. Therefore, I had nothing to hesitate over. After crashing my fist into the man's face, I used the recoil to leap backwards. As a result of forcibly prying myself free from his grip, my neck skin was torn. My arteries seemed to be intact, but all the bleeding left me concerned. On top of that, my fist hurt like absolute hell. That punch shattered the bones of my right hand to bits. It felt like I was punching a block of stone, but not only was he not blown back, he hadn't even buzzed at all from where he stood. The unnatural density of his existence hadn't even wavered in the slightest from my attack. But that was exactly why I couldn't leave a man like him to his own devices. I could never ever allow this scumbag to lay a hand on Kasumi and Himuro. Well, you know what Rhea would say? But that was exactly why I couldn't leave a man like him to his own devices. I could never ever allow this scumbag to lay a hand on Kasumi and Ren. Monotone all the way, boys.
分かってると思うけど。
ああ、突っ込んでろマレウス。ご指名は俺だ。
The man blew off his companion with what sounded like a sarcastic chortle. Almost like he was toying around with small fry. His face remained completely free from bruises, even though I hit him hard enough to shatter my own fist. This guy was clearly a monster. His power far eclipsed mine, and I wouldn't have even a snowball's chance in hell to defeat him in a straight-up fight. In fact, I began to question if all this constituted a fight to begin with. Even so, I put my dislocated left shoulder back into place and gave my shattered right fist a forceful twist to fix it. Then thrust a nearby piece of wood into my sleepy leg to wake it up. I wouldn't retreat. Well then, so this is what he looks like, huh? Those eyes, quite interesting. Those teeth, even more interesting. That thing around his neck. I'd grown fond of the world around me. That included this entire city, the one Kasumi Himuro, Sister Lisa, and Father Trifa, and all those guys at school whose names I didn't know. I'd do whatever it took to preserve it. I didn't need stuff I wasn't familiar with. I wanted nothing to do with the unforeseen and the unpredictable. Like Shido, I hadn't had the slightest interest in trying all the options. I didn't mind if my life ended up as a boring straight line, which meant that these freaks were in the way. How dare these scumbags invade my story? They needed to get the hell back to their own genre. Their own genre? Cool, okay, guy. Oh gosh, what the hell? In other words, a life ruled by foreknowledge, such is your... What was that? I thought... Resembling static jolted through my head for a moment. Something is like bothering my throat right now. But I needed to keep it out of my mind. I had to focus on what was right in front of me. Luckily, the woman decided to not interfere. I could only hope she would stay at the sidelines, as turning this confrontation into a 2-on-1 fight would be pretty much the last thing I wanted. As for the rest, I had to do whatever it took to get the better of this man, even if I couldn't beat him head on. There had to be another way. We were both fighting hand to hand, no weapons, but the scale of the violence outclassed mine to the extent it made me want to laugh. In that sense, that last punch was a failure. With my right fist shattered, screwing up was no longer an option. Allowing my emotions to guide my decisions could very well prove to be fatal. I needed to calm down. This wasn't my first life or death brawl. Anyway, no need to panic. I had to carefully probe his weaknesses, then crush them. Like his eyes or his joints, though he may have been a monster, as long as he resembled a human appearance, he had to have vitals. Dude, I'm getting no break from reading, dude. Jeez. My mouth is actually starting to hurt. Like, oh my gosh. Even if worst came to worst and all my attempts failed, I still needed to keep Kasumi and Himoto safe. I needed to pull myself together. I had things I held dear to the point of fighting Shido over them. What exactly did I expect to protect if I ended up getting crushed by these assholes? I'm ready to rumble. Let's do it, boy! The ivory demon cracked his knuckles as he leveled his gaze with mine. His glare made me dizzy, but this wasn't the time to be intimidated. Edinburgh. Kaziklube? State your name, kid. Don't you know anything about proper manners on the battlefield? Yo, you have... Look at this, like, number 4 of the Longinus Drazen Orden's Obsidian Round Table, Wilhelm Edinburgh Kaziklube. That is the longest name of all time. Whoa, my gosh. I am an idiot. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. Now I need to go back. Alright, so hate to break it to you, but I don't know. I didn't feel like revealing a single piece of information pertaining to my identity. Wanna know my name? Then beat it out of me, you albino bastard! That's more like it. Yeah, this guy called him an albino bastard. Okay, well, the decision, I don't know if that was a decision or not. I think it was. But that's the decision I would have picked anyway, because why would I give this guy my name? I don't want this guy to know anything about me, this freaking crazy ass bitch of a man. The man cut through the air as he approached me, letting out a beast-like roar in the process. He lunged his right palm, rather his claw, forward. I twisted my body with enough force to wrench my torso off, invading the attack. Alright, so for future reference, I need to know which button is the skip button. I think it's control or shift, which is what I accidentally pressed just now. The slightest graze of his attack was enough to completely tear my clothes at the chest level. Not only that, the lamp behind me was also crushed and snapped in two. His prowess was inhuman. No other way to put it. If I had taken that thing head on, he probably would have knocked away my innards with one strike. The man howled with laughter. If he wanted to pulverize me, he could have easily have done that, yet he was deliberately avoiding just that. Instead, enjoying watching me jump back as I put some distance between us. Whether he was underestimating me or just messing around, it proved to be quite convenient. I had to find an opening before he got serious.
こりゃ驚きだ。さっきに続いて2度連続かよ。ど素人にかわされるほど手抜いたつもりもねえんだけどな。俺がひよったのかお前がやるのか。 見たとこ鍛えてるって柄じゃねえがなるほど。いやいや、本当にあのクソ野郎やってくれるぜ。おい、次はもう少し早く行くがよ。てめえ簡単に死ぬんじゃねえぞ。
Try not to die like a bitch. I'm offended. Yo, fight me, bitch. Let's see. Yo, let's come on. Bring it on, you albino bastard. Bring it on. Will slowly assumed an oddly relaxed pose as the words left his mouth. None of his movements were elegant enough to be called martial arts. His strikes were just absurdly fast and unnaturally heavy hitting. He moved as a pure, undiluted tornado of raw violence, against which techniques learned through effort held no meaning whatsoever. No practice, no training. Even if you killed 100 imaginary enemies, they were still imaginary at the end of the day. Actual combat experience meant everything. Brute force was a display of arrogance, particular to those who had been strong from the get-go, as if to say that improvement through dedication remained the privilege of the weak. So you're talking Shido now, huh? Thing is though, right? This is a long ass scene though, but it's important, I guess. I knew guys like that very well. This wasn't the first time I'd scuffled with that sort. Dodging was a death wish waiting to happen. I got a punch that barely missed gouging out my sternum and heart under my armpit and locked it up. I then used the force of this charge against him and leaned back far enough to break his arm. My speed and timing were perfect. I launched a superb counter, the kind I probably wouldn't ever be able to replicate. It was to be a miraculous turnabout, a complete upset. I poured my very heart and soul into it. However, forget broken. My arm hadn't yielded an inch. Our physiques might have been similar. The bastard remained completely unaffected. Impossible. How did he do that? I shifted my force right into performing an overhead throw, kicking him right in the crotch. If I failed with his joints, I crushed him at his most vulnerable spot instead. Not even our difference in physical strength would matter with this attack. Instead, my leg was crushed with a crunching sound, sending a wave of chills up my spine. No way! This had to be seriously impossible. What in the hell was this guy's body made of? We're running out of ideas here. You tried to kick him in the balls and it didn't work. So, what's plan G? Cause whatever we're doing, it ain't working right now. He then immediately followed up with an uppercut that felt like it was about to mow down my entire face. It was powerful enough to blow me away, but it didn't kill me. I felt intense nausea welling up from the impact, rattling my brain. It hurt. It hurt like hell. Damn it! Guarding that ended up breaking both my arms. Vomiting blood, I collapsed onto the pavement, trying to confirm the damage my body had sustained. Okay, well... I think we need help. Like, I don't know how else to, go about this. I think we need help. Both hands, one leg, and my broken ribs had injured my internal organs. Fucking great. It felt almost like a repeat of what happened 2 months ago. I'd just gotten out of the hospital only to get beaten half to death again. But all these similarities meant that I had experienced these kinds of injuries and pain before. Mada.
また。
I could still stand. I could do this. I was not scared. What are you gonna do? Will regarded me with a sneer as I continued to writhe on the ground. Naturally, he had remained completely unscathed. He exuded a demonic aura resembling a heat haze, his eyes gleaming with the thrill of a predator closing in on its prey. He would soon act. True to his words, he only used one hand for his attack. Despite that, it remained inhumanly fast. Each one of them held lethal power. Defense was not an option. His strikes were merciless whirlwinds of death that tore up my skin and sent my blood spraying out after a mere graze. I couldn't keep dodging them forever. This one-handed multi-angle attacks, a demonstration of his enormous superhuman power, seemed to ignore the very laws of physics. Yeah, this is hopeless, and they were gradually getting faster because he was holding back. They sped up with each one I dodged, seemingly testing my limits. I could no longer follow their trajectory with my eyes. As such, intuition remained the only thing I could rely on, the kind of instinct that manifested itself upon the precipice between life and death. But in the end, that became weaker and weaker. Suddenly, Will's arm stretched to unbelievable lengths. It was several times faster than the fixed accelerated tempo of punches he'd been going by up till. It was only by pure luck that I managed to avoid a direct hit. My broken right leg couldn't support its own weight, causing me to fall. As a result, I cheated death. Yo, this is ridiculous. Damn, man, they got me working hard right now for this reading. Jeez. Looked like Lady Luck hadn't forsaken me yet. However, the pain I felt when moving with my ribs broken was immense enough to threaten knocking me out. At this rate, they might end up puncturing my lungs in the process. The biggest problem I had faced, however, was Wilhelm smirking as he waited for me to stand up. I couldn't find a way to deal with him. That speed of his seemed like it was beginning to surpass the limits of human kinetic vision and reflexes. He was probably only just getting started too. At this rate, I could probably only hope for another 1 or 2 miraculous dodges. On top of that, none of my attacks had any effect on him. At the very least, I'd been made keenly aware that physical blows would do no good against him. Then, leaning against a nearby tree, I rose back to my feet. With my limbs broken, I needed to secure a new weapon. I'd resolved myself. Will's bloodlust exploded. He must have predicted what I was about to do. Yeah, he intended to kill me. As such, I couldn't fight him unless I was resolved to do the same to him. I used the tree as a shield in order to block a hit from the bastard that would have otherwise blown my head clean off. Taking the brunt of his blow, the tree splintered into several pieces with a crunch. Will displayed incredible destructive power for sure, but I was counting on exactly that. I instantly picked up something suitable as a weapon out of the numerous splinters soaring through the air. In short, I found myself an improvised stake. As I couldn't catch it with my broken hands, I instead used my left leg, the only intact limb I had left. I performed a so-called wheel kick, lining my heel up with the stake to aim for William's throat. I drove the stake down with the clear intent to kill. I didn't want to be a murderer, but I'd die otherwise. I had no choice. And so my merciless and unrehearsed acrobatic stunt miraculously succeeded. And yet, all I heard was a mocking scoff. Will once again took my attack head on without dodging it. Not only did the stake failed to pierce him. The tip had also been crushed into pieces. I couldn't believe my eyes. Seriously, what kind of body did this guy have? How could it not pierce him at the inner particles? Dude, we are about to lose. We need help, some kind of help. Shit, I had to dodge. My reckless dodge in this critical situation ended up resulting in further damage to my own body. Oh my gosh! Give me a break! Can you guys speak for like 2 seconds? Ah! That one might have torn my left Achilles tendon. Several pieces of the shattered steak were piercing through my heel. This had to be some kind of sick joke. Was I going to die after having come this far? I had no idea why, but this guy's tenacity was absurd. I could only speculate that he had no vitals or weak points to begin with. Then just how would I win?
しかし消せねえな。
What don't you get, dude? What is there to get besides the fact that you're whooping my ass?
お前本当にそんなもんかよ。
Apparently it is, dude. Give me a break. Let me live.
そこらの喧嘩自慢に毛が生えた程度の力でどうにかなると思うほど間抜けじゃあるめえ。切れたもん勝ちがまかり通るご都合主義はよ、シュライバーみたいな反則バカ以外には起こせねえんだ。お前かそれとも神風主義ってやつなのか。相変わらず東洋人は飽きやがんねえな。気合で勝てりゃてめえら戦争に負けてねえよ。
He didn't need to tell me. I knew that painfully well. What I needed now was a physical way to win. Striking during openings, coming up with plans, or dealing damage through straight up methods wouldn't help me here. So what exactly are you going to do? I couldn't use violence with the boundaries of common sense to defeat someone who existed outside of it. Not to mention how he was toying with me while calmly gauging my battle prowess. Even if I could find some way to beat him, he'd most likely counter it in an instant. This is like the epitome of hopeless right now. Well, the thing is, right, you kind of have to beat him because we cannot have a situation where Rhea and Casimir are put in jeopardy, dude. But even so, I couldn't just...
お前絶望が足りねえ。これから死ぬやつの目をしてねえ。こんなたわけた国と時代じゃ自分が死ぬって実感も持てねえのか。いや違うな、そうじゃねえ。覚えがあるぜ、そういう目。まるであのクソと同じじゃねえかよ。その全て分かってますってなつら。
Mercurius. Wolf grumbled to himself, his gaze practically shooting icicles in my direction. What the hell? Suddenly I felt like that stare of his was robbing me of my body heat. I found my body simultaneously attacked by a sickening combination of nausea, intoxication, and itchiness. Is he serious now? I think he might be serious now. I could neither breathe or blink. Hell, I couldn't even lift a finger. My strength had been drained, as if my life force was being siphoned out. In the blink of an eye, the blood pouring from my wounds began to evaporate.
まさかな。もしかして。
Begun to evaporate? How does your bleeding evaporate? What the hell? I felt convinced that it wasn't my fate to die here today. In a complete turnabout, Will sounded a cackle, seemingly amused by something. His shoulders trembled violently as he attempted to hold it in, yet he ultimately erupted into booming laughter, unable to contain himself. Question mark?
面白えな。
Not even the dark of Will's sunglasses could hide the fact that his eyes glowed a bright hue of red. The demonic aura, powerful enough to manifest as a physical force, proceeded to beat down my whole body with a rage of squall. Right now, my resolve was the only thing keeping my fleeting consciousness intact. Had I been mentally defenseless when I took that stare head on, it would have been enough to instantly kill me.
面白い面白い面白すぎるぞこの虫けらレッドやら。てめえあのクソ気狂いバカの腐れるのを信じてんのか。笑わせるじゃねえか身の程知らずのカスがよ。いいなあいいぜお前そそるぜ食いてたまんね串刺して引き裂いて引き蒸して潰してさらして吸ってやら。
Expose your intestines, you say? Like, I have no intentions of dying to you, even though I don't know how to beat you yet. His cry was an eruption of undiluted, unmistakable ecstasy. The man before me found himself both overjoyed and enraged by something beyond my comprehension.
冗談じゃねえ許せねえ。俺が小僧一匹やれねえなんて舐めてくれるじゃねえか相変わらずよ。ここでこのガキぶち殺せば俺はてめえより上ってことだよなメルクリアス。
Mercurius? Mercurius can't die, right? I don't understand how this works. The surging waves of murderous impulse and evaporating blood dyed my vision red. Before me stood an honest-to-goodness scumbag, a genuine monster with no constraints to hold him back. In the face that merciless pressure, I couldn't tell whether my heart was even still beating. I would die. His demonic arm of instant death came swift for sure. It appeared to move in slow motion. Huh? So now everything's in slow motion now. Got it. Yet, I could still easily tell that a single hit from it would pulverize my skull. So, would I die here as just another victim? Seriously? Was I really going to die right here? Tell me, have you experienced a sensation of foreknowledge? The prior knowledge of a certain thing. A phenomenon that assaults all senses, 6 included. For instance, I've witnessed this scenery before. I've tasted this wine before. I've smelled this aroma before. I've heard this song before. I've bedded this woman before. I've experienced all these things before. If so, then no bliss would ever bring joy, nor will any threat instill fear. The ability to feel moved by anything the world has to offer is the price paid for one's personal paradise. In that paradise, no one is downtrodden. No one is depraved of a thing. The world's only master is foreknowledge. Ceaseless recursion of repeating events. Yet in the grand scheme of things, is that not a denial of the concept of time? In truth, being robbed of anything in such a state is but an impossibility. All phenomena around you die only to be born again, repeated ad infinitum? Wow, I've never heard that word before either. But then that's how I feel about a lot of words this game uses. You may think of it as a water wheel. It continues to spin and spin, forever drawing and spilling water. Once you realize that this same concept constitutes the universal construct of the cosmos and its inhabitants, then what have you to fear? In your daily existence, you do not care for the moments that take your breath away. For ascribing validity to foreknowledge is indeed in your very nature. You remain unlike one such as I who craves desperately for the unknown. Now, Zarathustra, will you accept the gift I have prepared to grant your wish? Both you and her were born into this world for a similar purpose. Are you talking about Rhea? Or are you talking about Kasumi? Or is it a character I have yet to meet yet? For her to meet you and for you to wield her. Oh, abominable girl, cursed girl, pitiful girl, damned girl. Hate her and love her, protect her and destroy her. She is the world's singularity, a being outside the boundaries of that law. She is dead and yet she is not. She exists outside this world's concepts. Perpetual, eternal, immortal, divine, infinite, life beyond death. A Wigcate. To control the Anenerbe, I don't even know. To wield it as the executioner's blade that would reap the head of this universe's law. That is a Wigcate. The sorcery I weaved and granted to my sworn friend and its followers, but its true successor is none other than you. The very fact that I am giving her to you is firm proof of that. Indeed, for instance, take a good look at the man attempting to murder you. He too is yet another wielder of a Wigcate. One of the beast's many fangs. A man who had devoured countless souls to elevate himself above mere mortals. Yet hardly does that mean he cannot be toppled by you. The Anenerbe lust for souls. The more they kill, the more they devour, the stronger their wielder becomes. Yet far be it for me to claim that quantity alone could triumph over quality. Listen well, Zarathustra. What I am about to grant you is the most wretched and most beautiful soul mankind has ever birthed. Yet she was beheaded, dude. The hell? With her by your side, a mere 1,000 or 2 inferior souls could pose no threat whatsoever. You have my word. That when you reach completion of your prowess will rival even that of my own sworn friend. I shall anxiously await the coming of that day. Dude, after I'm done with this scene, I am so done. I'm so done reading for like a little bit. Oh my gosh. This is like the longest scene of all time. And there's like minimal times where I don't have to read or something. This is really... This is a lot. Therefore, allow me to bestow upon you her soul as well as the words to ignite the flames of sorcery. What are the words? Give them to me! Halt, O time, for thou art fair. with that hollow, empty space following a moment that felt like an eternity, where a single second had been extended to last a million. My peculiar conversations with the entity finally came to an end. Will's approaching fist of immediate death had barely moved from where I last seen it. Could I dodge it and then launch a counterattack too? If so, then how would I do it? Both my hands and feet had been broken to hell and back. Even if I did try headbutting or biting him, I'd probably just end up hurting myself again. There was no point in trying conventional attacks. Simple punches or slashes wouldn't even put a dent in his armor. How would I fight him? Dude, you were just given the phrase. Use the phrase, man. With a skill that could break through souls, with an art that could devour them, with a blade that could put an end to eternal recurrence. I'd already known them. And so time began to move once more.
お前は何をしている？
The first thing I perceived upon returning to my senses was an intelligent yet slightly irritated sounding voice. Will stopped right in front of me, his hand frozen in the shape of a bird of prey's claw. A dark-haired girl stood next to him, holding in place the very same hand that would have decimated my entire face with ease.
てめえはなぜ俺の楽しみを邪魔しやがる。
まずこちらの問いに答えてほしいな。カズイクルベイ注意殿。お前は一体何をしている？
何をしているかだと。
What am I doing, you ask?
見てわからねえか？試してるのさ。ここでくたばるようなボンクラなら用はね
え。なら彼は合格だろう。経緯はどうあれ生き延びた。先の問いにはお前の行動が生産杯芸家の意向を逸脱しているからだと答えよう。さらに言うならこの件は私に一任されている。こちらの指揮には従ってもらいたい。
俺がお前の指揮下にある
だろ。
芸家から聞いていないとは言わせないぞ。理解できなかったのならもう一度私から分かりやすく言ってやろうか。
Yo, this woman, Leonhardt, or a Lionheart, or Leonhardt. Her name's Kay. The double names of everybody in this damn game. I prefer Kay. Well, Lionheart sounds cooler, so Lionheart actually. Will's right wrist made a creaking noise. His flesh the same body I couldn't even inflict a scratch on, buckling under pressure from the girl's slender hand. I couldn't believe my eyes.
お前に生殺与奪の権利などない。これ以上逆らうなら黒煙卓に対する範囲とみなすぞ。
面白い。範囲ときたか。了解。了解したよ、お嬢ちゃん。黒煙卓ができた時に生まれてもなかったやつに言われちゃおしまいだが、お前が正しい。ああ、正しいとも。名誉は大事だよな。名誉はよ。だからこのガキのことはもういい。知らん。バラそうが逃がそうが、またぐら開いて
Go ride his cock for all I care!
けどよ、お前はなんで俺に触れた？
何？
It happened so suddenly, Will struck the puzzled woman with all his wrath.
劣等の分際で何をなれなれしく俺の体に触れてやがるって言ってんだよ。
At the same time, that landmine of a howl went off. The girl swept my legs and blew me away with a hit to the shoulder. The impact ravaged my internal organs, stirring up a new wave of nausea, but I was in no mood to complain. The reason was simple, because I would have died had she not done that. The brief moment I'd scene of Will's overwhelming wrath was enough to make me associated with the very incarnation of death. Ew! I pathetically vomited a mixture of stomach acid and blood, realizing how much of a miracle it was that I even survived. As for them,
やってくれるな。死にたいのか、ベイ。
そりゃこっちのセリフなんだよ。四半世紀も生きてねえちんけな猿が誰にタメ口聞いてやがる。
the tension in the air was nearing critical levels as the two exchanged glares. What in the world were these
殺す気だった
people?
のか。
それはてめえが防ぐんだろうが。レオンちゃんよ。事実そうなってるじゃねえか。濡れたか？立ったか？発情中か？猿同士で乳くり焼いてんだろうがレッド野郎。見ててやるから淫乱しろや。
Is she not? I mean, she's part of the Obsidian Round Table, but is she still human or is she undead as well?
殺すか。
Yo, this woman ain't playing games. All right.
やってみろや。
Anyway, now that their attention was no longer focused on me, I attempted to make a move and then Malleus, right? Oh, oops. Of course. Rizalka. Her again.
そんな顔しないでよ。別にひどいことなんかしないからさ。
I'm sorry, I can't tell over your very, very creepy ass face and big ass eyes.
一つだけ聞きたいことがあるんだけど。
What is it?
あ
What do you
な
want?
たさっき何かしようとしてたでしょ。
Do something? Uh-oh.
私の目は節穴じゃないんだよね。あっちの筋肉バカ二人と一緒にしてもらっちゃ困るのだよ、美少年くん。あの時止められなかったら、あなたは何をしていたの？何をやろうとしていたの？そしてどうなっていたのかな？
You're asking too many questions right now, Molly. Like Mally, Malleus, trust me. This is not something you should concern yourself with. Just let me go and we can have a good night. You know what I'm saying? You know, maybe we can go out on a date sometime. In fact, no. Wait. Nah. Yeah, maybe we can go out on a date sometime. You know, as, you know, people that have similar interests, okay? I'm sure we have some common interests somewhere, right? But anyway, I digress.
空気読めない子って嫌だよね。余計な邪魔入れちゃうから、いいとこ見逃しちゃったじゃないの。でもま、それなりに楽しかったよ。だからね。
She placed her hand on my chest and began rubbing the wounds on my arms and legs and the entirety of my body, almost as if she was caressing them. What in the world was she? I have a feeling she's more dangerous than Will, by far.
いわゆる応急処置なのだ。
Okay.
面白いものを見せてくれたお礼だね。痛いの消してあげるから。後でちゃんと病院行くのよ。飛んだり跳ねたりしたらダメだからね。で、何よその顔。人が親切心出してるのにさ。
I could hardly tell if she was joking or being serious, but I had nothing to say.
まあいいや。特別に許してあげよう。それからさっきはごめんなさいね。教会がどうとか冗談だから。っていうか。そんなことできないから。
I don't know if I believe you.
なので。
She poked the area between my eyebrows and lowered her voice to a whisper.
これでおしまいにしよう。
I get to go home? Yes! I get to go home! Oh my gosh! The second she said that, I lost control of my body and collapsed onto the ground.
終了撤収。ほらそこ いつまでじゃれてんのよ。やめてくれないと私泣くよ。泣いちゃうよ。私が泣くと大変だよ。だか
Okay,
ら
okay,
仲良く
Malleus.
しようよ。
With faint echoes of her indifferent voice still lingering in my mind, I finally lost consciousness. Alright, so we're back to looking at a giant-ass moon. How long have I been out for? Maybe it's been a few minutes or possibly a few hours. Following my sudden awakening, I realized that someone must have shaken me up. Turning around, I saw... Oh boy. Is it Malleus? Lionheart? Why are you still here? The black-haired girl who, well, it was hard to say for sure, but it seemed like she had saved my life. She regarded me in silence, her expression visibly bored. There was no one else around. Will and a red-haired girl, Rasulka? I think her name is Rasulka, or Malleus, I think? Rasulka Malleus, or something like that. I don't even know. The body and all the blood had similarly vanished. Impossible. How is this
処理はマレ
even...
ウスがやった。それから
It
ベン
was
も
Malleus.
今はあなたとあなたの周りに興味をなくしたようだから心配はいらない。どうかした？
You tell me. Initially confused by how exactly she had foreseen my question, I ultimately realized it couldn't have been particularly difficult. By cleanup, she was referring to the body, wasn't she? How did they get rid of it without a single... No, wait. I actually didn't want to know. No doubt having guessed my thoughts from my expression, the girl let out a sigh.
理解に至ったようなら帰りなさい。忘れろと言っても無理でしょ。忘れてもらっても困るけど、今日のところはもうあなたに用はない。
We have no more business with you today, so you're gonna come get me later? Like, I don't like what's going on.
せいぜい交通事故にでも気をつけることね。
Make sure not to get into any traffic accidents. That's a random thing to say. What are you
体は
talking?
平気？平気みたいね。
No.
立って帰ることくらいはできるでしょ。
I guess, okay.
それで、あなたの名前は？
Man, look. She just kept on going without any concern for my feelings. Go home? Yeah, I'd go home all right, but give my
知る
name?
わけがないだろ
レイのことなら心配ないと言ったはずだけどね。
う。お前を信じろって。
こんな嘘をついて私に何か得があるなら教えてほしい。
Well, that might have been true, but still.
しないの？
Sorry, but you two know each other, and I don't feel... like... I mean, you saved my life, but... you know... You are associated with that guy. I don't... I'm sorry, but you get... damn it, she saved my life, though, like... nah.
するわけないだろ。俺は帰る。
そう。怖いなら家まで送ってあげましょうか。
Escort me?
余計なお世話だ。
I turned around, spitting the words out.
また会えるといいわね。
I don't want to meet you again if it involves meeting Will again. Yeah, right. I never wanted to meet or even see her ever again if I could help it. Damn it, why? Did I really kill someone now that the body was gone? I had no way of confirming.
また増えるわよ。
Yes, I know this isn't the last time we're gonna see each other, but I can hope, okay? I can pray that we won't see each other again. It almost sounded like she had read my mind when she said that. I felt unbelievably irritated. How did things come to this? I wish someone would tell me. Why did this have to? I just realized I just finished playing another visual novel, and I did not drink anything the entire time, and like I can feel that my throat is parched. Played the other one for like This is going to be a lot more reading than that game, though. It was a miracle I made it back home in one piece, after all. I must have been unconsciously stealing myself as nausea assaulted me. The moment I passed through my front door, unable to suppress it, I threw up all over the entryway. Even after vomiting this much, the spasms in my stomach refused to settle down. Oh, that's disgusting. Bruh. Damn it. Damn it, damn it. This had to be a joke of some sort. Kasumi was gonna lecture me again and she saw this mess I'd made. I had to do something about this before she came over in the morning to wake me up. I held back my endlessly welling nausea as I cleaned up my own vomit halfway through, unable to hold it in any longer. I threw up in the sink, but...
Kasumi.
I wonder if I should have gave that woman my name. I don't like her association, though. Because, whatchamacallit, she was saying that Will is under her command. So, like, I'm sorry, like, no, I don't, she may have saved my life, but I think she saved my life because she needs me for something. But I don't trust her at all right now. I don't even trust the priest guy, Trifa. I don't trust him either. She was probably sleeping like a log right about now. Of course, I kept internally apologizing to her for making so much noise in the middle of the night. I'd make sure there was no stench left, so I'd hoped she'd forgive me. I hope you don't go to sleep and have that freaking decapitation dream again. I didn't want her to ever find out that I might have been a murderer, that I was attacked by some strange people, and that I was so pathetically scared to death right now. I knew how much of a worrywart she was. She'd probably cry her eyes out. Well, it's interesting because y'all just had a conversation about if you were ever in trouble that you tell her. I needed Kasumi to be her usually stupid, cheerful, and smiling self. Otherwise, I'd lose it. So, oh, it's so disgusting. I knew I was breaking my promise by keeping secrets from her. Yes, that's what I said. It's funny that I keep bringing. This seems to happen a lot. I bring up something and then they talk about it like 2 seconds later. But I hope she'd forgive me. I'd apologize to her eventually, probably sooner than later, with the urge to vomit up my stomach acid gone, I wiped my mouth with my cuff. Oddly enough, there were no spurts of blood or blood stains to be found. My wounds had healed. She called it first aid treatment, but why did it completely heal me? I mean, nothing surprises me with the abilities that they seem to have, to be honest. It defied common sense. I wish I could write the whole thing off as a dream. Or, you know, you can use it for your novel stuff, man. Your dream to become the ultimate novel writer. And, say that Shiro was a misprint, you know? Still wrestling with those selfish thoughts, I took off my tattered clothes and threw them in the trash. Then, after a minute's hesitation, I took a peek into Kasumi's room through the hole in the wall. Thank God. My consciousness began to fade out as I felt relief welling up inside me.
それじゃあまず言い訳があるなら聞こうかな。
What are you talking about now?
裸で、しかも穴から上半身だけ出して、すごい寝相ですね、君は。何やってんのよ、マジで。
My morning began with Kasumi lecturing me. As for why, well, it was like she had said. I couldn't really blame her for being exasperated. Well, you kind of can, because this is your apartment. How the hell is she complaining about what you're doing in your apartment?
もしかして呼ばい
Midnight rendezvous?
違う。
What are you
じ
talking
ゃあ
about?
なんで裸
You know, I really want to slap you sometimes.
暑かったんだよ。
I want to throw something at you, Kasumi. Jeez. Like, I want to... What would I have that I could throw at her? A pillow? School book bag. There we go. Throw that. Make sure there's a lot of stuff in there and then throw it at her. Make her use her kendo
あ
skills.
んた寒がりだって言ってたじゃない。
熱っぽくてな。
嘘、本当に
That seemed like that was the wrong answer.
言われてみればなんか本当に顔色悪いね。
On the other hand, Kasumi looked more perplexed and worried. I tried to put on a brave face, but it wasn't going well. I wasn't expecting that stupid lie to actually fool her. Yeah, that just shows how much she actually cares. But she is very naggy for sure.
今日は休んだ方がいいんじゃない？病み上がりなんだし、無理するのは良くないよ。
大丈夫。
It was true that I would have physically appreciated taking a day off, but I didn't feel like I could just hold myself up in my room. I needed something normal to erase the abnormal experience I went through yesterday.
行くよ俺。日数やばいし。
This man talking about attendance.
そん
Alright.
な1日2日で危なくなるほどシビアな出席日数だっけ？っていうか、あんた学校嫌いなんじゃ。
Look, that's besides the point, okay?
別に嫌いじゃない。好きでもないけど。
But right now, I kinda needed it. Holding my head, I attempted to stand up, but... Did he just fall? Feeling lightheaded, I ended up collapsing on my bed. Unbelievable. I couldn't do something that
決まり
simple.
だね。あんた今日は休みなさ
Aish.
い。なんだったら私も休んで看病とかしてあげよっか。
What the hell? What about your attendance?
ほら、おかゆとか作って、あーんみたいな。
Yo, I have a feeling that you just get off on this kind of stuff.
ちょっと何よ、嫌なら嫌って言いなさいよね。
いや、
うわ、何こいつ本当に言ったよ、ありえね
違う、そうじゃなくて。
I found myself seriously conflicted for a moment. Since I couldn't move, I wondered if having her around would be safer. Well, I don't think she can help you against your new companions that you ran into last night. But that was a mistaken conclusion. It was morning, so Kasumi would be in less danger around all the everyday people commuting to school and work. It'd better than her being alone with me in this place at the very least. I couldn't allow myself to take advantage of her
学校に
goodwill.
は行く。だけどすぐには無理そうだから。先。
え。大丈夫なの？そんなんで。
大丈夫。
That was all I could say, but I had to force myself to do so. Now that I'd said it, I couldn't turn back.
昼までには行けると思う。担任には適当に言っといてくれ。
わかった。じゃあ早く来ないと私を襲ってきたから KO しちゃいましたって言うからね。
ああ、好きに言いふらしてくれ。
In reality, that wasn't all that different from what actually happened. But now that I thought about
あ
it,
すみ、テレビで何かやってたか。
どういうこと？
だからその、あれだよ。
a
昨日
murder.
もやっぱりあったのか。
ああ。
Kasumi idly cast her down her eyes. Well, that was only natural. I didn't exactly
今
ask
日
in
は
a good
まだ
way.
報道されてなかったね。犯人も昨日はお休みだったんじゃないのかな。
Or maybe those people just cleaned it up. Very well.
そうか。
Malaeus is apparently a professional dead body remover. So the body really did vanish. Wrestling with the number of complex feelings, I heaved a sigh.
二度と起きなきゃいいのにね。そしたらみん
Yeah,
なも
I don't think so.
そうだな。
Kasumi didn't, or rather, no one aside from me and those 3 psychos knew about what happened last night. She didn't need to know. At the very least, it was probably best to keep it locked away in my heart until I felt ready to tell her. Even if I were to confess right here and now, no one would believe me without body as proof. Kasumi would believe you, I think. And Rhea would believe you too, I think. Not to mention the obvious question of how I made such a huge mess without any weapons. There was still a part of me that considered last night to have been a dream, or rather a part of me that desperately wanted to believe that. Well, actually, would Rhea believe him? I think Kasumi really would believe him though. I'm not sure about Rhea. I think she would, but you never know with Rhea because Rhea is a giant question mark.
了解。じゃあそっちも早く後追ってきなさいよ。
わかった。
Mm-hmm.
覇気がない。
Alright, lecturer.
うざい。早く行け。
I drove Kasumi out of the room with a wave of my hand. I felt dizzy from raising my voice, but it wasn't enough to wear me out. I had to be stout-hearted. I didn't know how, but my wounds had healed, so this was probably mostly in my head. With that said, though, that's true. He was quite fond of preaching, meddling in others' affairs, and was a complete worrywart. But it truly did come as a shock that she simply did as she was told without offering any complaints. A girl's biorhythms were too complicated for a guy like me to understand, as fickle as an autumn sky. Listen, man. That's how it be sometimes, man. You just gotta roll with it. Anyway, I needed to recover my strength. And with that in mind, I decided to rest for a while. Though I felt drowsy, sleeping was the last thing I could allow myself to do. Just as that thought drifted through my mind, did you fall asleep? And so I ended up staying still for about 4 hours. My condition was a far cry from what could be called a full recovery, but the nauseous feeling in my chest had settled down. I had a headache from the lack of sleep, but I kept ignoring it. If I left for school now, I could probably make it before lunch break, although I couldn't even remember what class I was supposed to have in the afternoon. And during my dizziness, I changed into my uniform and went outside. Woo! We're going! It was cold. Goosebumps began to cover my entire body, but not due to the temperature. The scenery I should have considered familiar felt terribly off for some reason. What exactly are you talking about? Those freaks still lurk somewhere within the city. That thought alone made me see my normal route to school in a completely different light. My fear towards those mysterious unknown beings began to cast an ominous filter over my world. That's very understandable, considering they were so out there that now you're just going to be paranoid at this point, probably. In any case, I needed to hurry over to school. On my way, I debated whether or not to go through the park, but in the end, I decided to take a detour. I didn't want to go anywhere near that place right now. I walked with a faster pace than usual, but as my condition forced me to take a few breathers on the way, forced period had already ended by the time I arrived at school. Though maybe this was just the right time to arrive fashionably late. With the school bells still chiming in the background, I spotted a familiar face come out through the gates. Rhea! Himuro? Seeing her say filled me with relief. Same. I like Rhea, even though she's really confusing, and I honestly don't even understand her at all, but whatever. After a few moments, Himuro took notice of me as well.
今頃来たの、藤井君。
She wore the same old poker face as always. Was she going home?
私帰るところ。残念だけど。
Why are you going
入れ違い
home?
だね
Isn't it fourth period? Or looks like my thoughts were written all over my
先輩
face.
体調でも崩しましたか？
What's going on here?
それは君の方じゃないの？顔真っ白だよ。
That's true. Really, I couldn't exactly tell, but I wouldn't be surprised if it turned out to
とっ
be
ても
true.
美人。やつれた方とか色っぽい。
You're you know, usually the word beautiful is not a word you would associate with a male, but I guess for him, hey, beautiful it is.
怒りんぼだね。すぐそんな顔する。
Yo, she's a
余
troll.
計なお世話ってやつですよ。
Minding your own business. My tone was a bit harsh, but I saw no reason to be formal with her after all this time. Anyway, it felt only natural for me to have rather offbeat conversations with her. More importantly, she was going home on her own in the middle of the day on a weekday with barely anyone out on the
先輩
streets.
今帰るのはちょっと。
Oops.
私は帰るよ。誰が何と言っても帰るよ。
Why?
まだ何か？
What's the problem here? Following a moment of hesitation, I ultimately caved in. She wasn't connected to me the way Kasumi was, so I figured it'd be best to keep the distance between us that way. Or as someone with so few friends, that felt like a painful
じ
choice,
ゃあ
but
俺は行くんで。先輩もなんでサボるのか知らないけど。さよなら。
she gave a light nod, to which I replied with a curt wave before letting her pass by me. I felt genuinely relieved as I proceeded to cross through the gate. Almost everyone here was my age, and the place was basically off limits to outsiders. Even though I was only on close terms with a select few here, this place still remained relatively free from foreign contamination. Damn, man! That hurt my feelings, man. If I went there, I'd be a foreigner. Man, you call me contamination? That hurts, bro. This was, without a doubt, a symbol of my day-to-day life, as well as a place I could literally call my fortress right about now. Man, who would have thought I'd be thinking of school like that one
藤井
day?
君、
Hmm? Potentially due to how lost I was in my own thoughts, hearing my name spoken out loud surprised me as I reflexively turned around.
気をつけてね。
は？
Huh? Oh, careful of what? Himuro, paying no heed to my confusion, turned around and left with nothing else to add. Almost like she was in a hurry to get out of here as soon as possible, unable to untangle the web of incomprehensible feelings taking hold of me. I simply stood there for a while, staring blankly into space instead of going after Himuro. The hell is this music?
ちょっと今どこにいるの？
And I should have guessed it was my phone. The hell? I might have stood there forever had Kasumi not picked up that moment to call me on my phone.
もしかしてまだ家にいるわけ？
No, I'm not still at home. I feel like I need to start like acting like she's my freaking wife in this game or something. Like, oh my gosh.
いや、校門のとこだけど。
そうなの？あ、ちょっと待って。あ、いたいた。はーい、やっほー、こっち見ろ。
You are very loud. I turned around and saw Kasumi leaning out of a window on the third floor waving. As embarrassing as always.
よくなった？よくなったんならさっさとこっちに上がってきなさい。踊らせてよ。
A surprise?
すでにお前の大声で十分驚いてるんだけど。
I could hear her loud and clear already. There was no need to use the phone. Sighing, I held my phone away from my ear to escape the auditory nightmare. Same. Well, I had no idea what happened, but she seemed to be as cheery as always. I wished she'd pass some of that energy to me.
すぐ行く。だからもうわめくなよ。
And she didn't listen. Man, she was really loud. I entered the school smiling bitterly to myself. However, I found myself suddenly assaulted by an intense sense of discomfort. No, oppression. Why is the hallway this color? Or is that just your intense feeling of discomfort? Like the school itself had been thrown into the depths of the ocean or the belly of a colossal beast. Is one of those three here? The air froze over and cracked. A grotesque, difficult to describe presence gradually encroached out of those cracks like blood oozing from a fresh wound. No, it seemed more like everything in this place had changed from the way it was yesterday. Only barely, but enough to be felt with terrifying clarity. I remember this welling up sense of nausea. It felt like the one from yesterday, that mixture of blood, death, and decay. An odor thick enough to make one faint, the stench of murder. The two of them looked down on me just like they did last night. Oh, I feel lightheaded. I feel so lightheaded. What? What? Oh gosh, I can't even. Dude. I'm in shock. My vision warped from the backlighting. Despite it being noon, the rays of the sun seemed to wear the crimson hue of blood, at least to my eyes. Lionheart in Malaeus. What were they doing here? Why are they here? How are they here? What the hell is going on? Ugh! I'm literally going crazy. I'm going insane. Two girls towered over me in that light, wearing uniforms I'd been all too familiar with, yet their presence felt dreadfully out of place, like a colossal abnormality in the midst of the mundane. They looked graceful and sweet as flowers, yet they were, in truth, carnivorous plants in disguise, their thorns seeping only poison. There they stood in a world disconnected enough from reality to make me firmly believe that.
はじめまして、藤井蓮くん。私はルサルカ・シュベーゲリン。
I feel like I want to cry right now, but I don't
こっち
know.
の怖い顔は桜井圭。素敵なところね、このシューレ。気に入ったわ。
Shul? Dude, it's called school. The red-haired girl, Rusalka, uttered her introduction with a mocking smile decorating her cherubic face. Did that getup mean she was a transfer student? In other words, the surprise Kasumi mentioned was...
私たち同じクラスよ。
Even the same class? Oh. feel like I've lost. I feel like I've lost all hope just now. I just feel like all the energy in my body has just been sapped.
あなたとかすみとだからね、仲良くしましょう。
I wonder if this is why Rhea left. I wonder if she has an idea about them or knows who they are. I wonder. Zarathustra. Her last comment came not from her lips but echoed directly in my head. The resulting headache felt so violent, I found myself nearly So they can read my mind? The school was no longer my fortress, no longer my safe haven. Well, them reading my mind would be, it would make sense considering how they reply to my thoughts. Foreign substances had mixed into my day-to-day life. I could feel dread spreading throughout my body. Same. That same. The world as I once knew it crumbled to ashes with a thunderous roar. I couldn't escape this.
楽しくやりましょう。
Yeah, they can read my mind. There's no way.
あなたが賢明ならいいけれど。
One voice rang with playfulness, another with piercing severity. What did Rizalka say? Let's have fun, assuming you're smart. But her name is Malaeus, dude. Locked in those two stares, I felt a hopeless sense of xenophobia. Oh. The chapter name. Nice. Well, let me look up what xenophobia means. Intense or irrational dislike or fear of people from other countries. Well, I guess they're definitely from another world, another country, whatever you want to say. Intense or irrational dislike or fear. Well, intense fear. Well, yeah, that's it. A fear towards the unknown filling my chest. This day, hour and minute marked the beginning of my day-to-day life's gradual collapse. And I was powerless to stop it. Oh, we're done with chapter 1. So, Babylon? Wait. Malaeus? Kaziklu Bay? I met Babylon? I don't even remember now. Lionheart August. What are these numbers? I guess those are the numbers of the members of the round table. Chapter 2, Xenophobia, End.